Occasional Thoughts of Horace Seaver, from 50 Years of Free Thinking, published in 1888, by Horace Seaver. Agitation, pages 37 and 38. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a large class of people in the community who always oppose the agitation of any new question or doctrine. They are sure that some terrible calamity will follow the advent of a newly established measure in social or political government. They view a new doctrine with fear and distrust. Who are these non-agitators? We shall find them the least enterprising and the least useful folks in the world. If their fathers believed in witches, hellfire, and cloven feet 10 to 1, those people who are afraid of agitation believe in the same dogmas and follies. They are content to be governed by the same laws, satisfied with the same station in life, and thankful for as much liberty as their ancestors enjoyed, without asking any questions or causing any agitation. They enjoy life in the same way that an alligator enjoys a cold winter, by virtue of pure stupidity. The fact is, we owe every improvement of the age, every advance in science, government, and art, to agitation. It lies at the foundation of all human good. Revolutions and republics trace their origin to this source. Liberty of thought and of speech are greatly its debtor, and freedom of conscience was established through its influence. We have nothing to fear from agitation, but everything to fear from stagnation. The former denotes intellectual life, the latter mental death. If republicanism ever becomes degenerated in America, it will ensue from stagnation in the public mind, brought on by selfishness and luxury. It is of the utmost importance, then, that exciting topics of public interest be constantly kept in view and discussed, not only in regard to our own country, but also of other nations. The interest of Americans in the affairs of Europe is increasing every day, and this interest, through agitation, will soon be felt and appreciated by the masses of the Europeans, who will the sooner strike for their liberties. Keep up agitation. It is the watchword of freedom. Keep it up. End of Occasional Thoughts of Horace Seaver, from 50 Years of Free Thinking. Copyright 1888. Published in Boston by J.P. Mendham. Agitation, pages 37 and 38.
The Aims of Education, A Plea for Reform, by Alfred North Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Presidential Address to the Mathematical Association, January 1916. When I had the honor of being made president of the Mathematical Association, I did not foresee the unusual responsibility which it entailed. It was my intention to take as the theme of a presidential address the consideration of some aspect of those special subjects to which my own researches have principally been directed. Events have forced me to abandon that intention. It is useless to discuss abstract questions in the midst of dominant practical preoccupation. We cannot disregard the present crisis in European civilization. It affects every function of life. In the harder struggle for existence which lies before the nation, all departments of national effort will be reviewed for judgment. The mere necessity for economy in resources will provoke this reformation. We are concerned with education. This association, so rich in its membership of educationalists, with the conception of reform as the very reason of its being, is among those bodies which must take the lead in guiding that educational reconstruction which by a sociological law follows every social revolution. We do not want impracticable ideals, only to be realized beyond the clouds in some wild, weird climb out of space and out of time. We require to know what is possible now in England, a nation conscious of its high achievements and of great failures, shaken to its foundations, distrustful of the old ways, and dreading fantastic novelties. I will take my courage in both hands and put before you an outline of educational principles. What I am going to say is of course entirely without your authority, and does not pledge or prejudge any action of the association. We are primarily concerned only with the intellectual side of education, and as mathematicians are naturally concerned to illustrate details more particularly by reference to mathematics. Thus much to explain deliberate omissions in what follows. Consider now the general and special education of two types of boys, namely those in secondary schools who in after life must form the professional and directing classes in commerce, industry and public administration, and again those in junior technical schools and later in advanced continuation classes, who are going to form the class of skilled artisans and foremen of workshops. These two sets compose the educated strength of the nation. We must form no ideals which include less than these entire classes within their scope. What I shall say will in phraseology apply more directly to the secondary schools, but with unessential changes it will apply equally to the other group. What is the first commandment to be obeyed in any educational scheme? It is this: do not teach too many subjects. The second command is this: what you teach, teach thoroughly. The devil in the scholastic world has assumed the form of a general education consisting of scraps of a large number of disconnected subjects, and with the artfulness of the serpent he has entrenched himself behind the matriculation examination of the University of London, with a wire entanglement formed by the Oxford and Cambridge schools examination. Culture is activity of thought and receptiveness to beauty and humane feeling. Scraps of information have nothing to do with it. A merely well-informed man is the most useless bore on God's earth. What we should aim at producing is men who possess both culture and expert knowledge in some special direction. Their expert knowledge will give them the ground to start from, and their culture will lead them as deep as philosophy and as high as art. We have to remember that the valuable intellectual development is self-development, and that it mostly takes place between the ages of 16 and 30. As to training, the most important part is given by mothers before the age of 12. A saying due to Archbishop Temple illustrates my meaning. Surprise was expressed at the success in afterlife of a man who, as a boy at rugby, had been somewhat undistinguished. He answered, quote, "It is not what they are at 18, it is what they become afterwards, what matters." End of quote. In training a child to activity of thought, above all things we must beware of what I will call inert ideas. That is to say, ideas that are merely received into the mind without being utilized, or tested, or thrown into fresh combinations. In the history of education, the most striking phenomenon is that school of learning which at one epoch are alive with a ferment of genius, in a succeeding generation exhibit merely pedantry and routine. The reason is that they are overladen with inert ideas. Education with inert ideas is not only useless, it is above all things harmful. Corruptio optimi pessima. Except at rare intervals of intellectual ferment, education in the past has been radically infected with inert ideas. That is the reason why uneducated clever women who have seen much of the world are in middle life so much the most cultured part of the community. They have been saved from this horrible burden of inert ideas. Every intellectual revolution which has ever stirred humanity into greatness has been a passionate protest against inert ideas. Then, alas, with pathetic ignorance of human psychology, it has proceeded by some educational scheme to bind humanity afresh with inert ideas of its own fashioning. Let us now ask how in our system of education we are to guard against this mental dry rot. We recur to our two educational commandments. Do not teach too many subjects. And again, what you teach, teach thoroughly. The result of teaching a small part of a large number of subjects is the passive reception of disconnected ideas, not illumined with any spark of vitality. Let the main ideas which are introduced into a child's education be few and important, and let them be thrown into every combination possible. The child should make them his own, and should understand their application here and now in the circumstances of his actual life. From the very beginning of his education, the child should experience the joy of discovery. The discovery which he has to make is that general ideas give an understanding of that stream of events which pours through his life, which is his life. By understanding, I mean more than a mere logical analysis, though that is included. I mean understanding in the sense in which it is used in the French proverb. Quote, "To understand all is to forgive all." End of quote. Pedants sneer at an education which is useful. But if education is not useful, what is it? Is it a talent to be hidden away in a napkin? Of course, education should be useful, whatever your aim in life. It was useful to St. Augustine, and it was useful to Napoleon. It is useful because understanding is useful. I pass lightly over that understanding which should be given by the literary side of education. It is not peculiarly the function of this association to consider it, nor do I wish to be supposed to pronounce on the relative merits of a classical or a modern curriculum. I would only remark that the understanding which we want is an understanding of an insistent present. The only use of a knowledge of the past is to equip us for the present. No more deadly harm can be done to young minds than by depreciation of the present. The present contains all that there is. It is holy ground, for it is the past and it is the future. At the same time, it must be observed that an age is no less past if it existed 200 years ago than if it existed 2000 years ago. Do not be deceived by the pedantry of dates. The ages of Shakespeare and of Molière are no less past than are the ages of Sophocles and of Virgil. The communion of saints is a great and inspiring assemblage, but it has only one possible hall of meeting, and that is the present. And the mere lapse of time through which any particular group of saints must travel to reach that meeting place makes very little difference. Passing now to the scientific and logical side of education, we remember that here also ideas which are not utilized are positively harmful. By utilizing an idea, I mean relating it to that stream compounded of sense perceptions, feelings, hopes, desires, and of mental activities relating thought to thought, which forms our life. I can imagine a set of beings which might fortify their souls by passively reviewing disconnected ideas. Humanity is not built that way, except perhaps some editors of newspapers. In scientific training, the first thing to do with an idea is to prove it. But allow me for one moment to extend the meaning of proof. I mean to prove its worth. Now, an idea is not worth much unless the propositions in which it is embodied are true. Accordingly, an essential part of the proof of an idea is the proof, either by experiment or by logic, of the truth of the propositions. But it is not essential that this proof of the truth should constitute the first introduction to the idea. After all, its assertion by the authority of respectable teachers is sufficient evidence to begin with. In our first contact with a set of propositions, we commence by appreciating their importance. That is what we all do in after life. We do not attempt, in the strict sense, to prove or to disprove anything, unless its importance makes it worthy of that honor. These two processes of proof, in the narrow sense, and of appreciation, do not require a rigid separation in time. Both can be proceeded with nearly concurrently. But insofar as either process must have the priority, it should be that of appreciation by use. Furthermore, we should not endeavor to use propositions in isolation. Emphatically, I do not mean a neat little set of experiments to illustrate proposition 1, and then the proof of proposition 1, a neat little set of experiments to illustrate proposition 2, and then the proof of proposition 2, and so on to the end of the book. Nothing could be more boring. Interrelated truths are utilized en bloc, and the various propositions are employed in any order and with any reiteration. Choose some important applications of your theoretical subject and study them concurrently with the systematic theoretical exposition. Keep the theoretical exposition short and simple, but let it be strict and rigid so far as it goes. It should not be too long, for it easily to be known with thoroughness and accuracy. The consequences of a plethora of half-digested theoretical knowledge are deplorable. Also, the theory should not be muddled up with the practice. The child should have no doubt when it is proving and when it is utilizing. My point is that what is proved should be utilized, and what is utilized should, so far as it practicable, be proved. I am far from asserting that proof and utilization are the same thing. At this point of my discourse, I can most directly carry forward my argument in the outward form of a digression. We are only just realizing that the art and science of education require a genius and a study of their own, and that this genius and this science are more than a bare knowledge of some branch of science or of literature. This truth was partially perceived in the past generation, and headmasters, somewhat crudely, were apt to supersede learning in their colleagues by requiring left-hand bowling and a taste for football. But culture is more than cricket, and more than football, and more than extent of knowledge. Education is the acquisition of the art of the utilization of knowledge. This is an art very difficult to impart. Whenever a textbook is written of real educational worth, you may be quite certain that some reviewer will say that it will be difficult to teach from it. Of course it will be difficult to teach from it. If it were easy, the book ought to be burned, for it cannot be educational. In education, as elsewhere, the broad primrose path leads to a nasty place. This evil path is represented by a book or a set of lectures which will practically enable the student to learn by heart all the questions likely to be asked at the next external examination. And I may say in passing that no educational system is possible unless every question directly asked of a pupil at any examination is either framed or modified by the actual teacher of that pupil in that subject. The external assessor may report on the curriculum or on the performance of the pupils, but never should be allowed to ask the pupil a question which has not been strictly supervised by the actual teacher, or at least inspired by a long conference with him. There are a few exceptions to this rule, but they are exceptions, and could easily be allowed for under the general rule. We now return to my previous point, that theoretical ideas should always find important applications within the pupil's curriculum. This is not an easy doctrine to apply, but a very hard one. It contains within itself the problem of keeping knowledge alive, of preventing it from becoming inert, which is the central problem of all education. The best procedure will depend on several factors, none of which can be neglected, namely the genius of the teacher, the intellectual type of the pupils, their prospects in life, the opportunities offered by the immediate surroundings of the school, and allied factors of this sort. It is for this reason that the uniform external examination is so deadly. We do not denounce it because we are cranks and like denouncing established things. We are not so childish. Also, of course, such examinations have their use in testing slackness. Our reason of dislike is very definite and very practical. It kills the best part of culture. When you analyze in the light of experience the central task of education, you find that its successful accomplishment depends on a delicate adjustment of many variable factors. The reason is that we are dealing with human minds and not with dead matter. The evocation of curiosity, of judgment, of the power of mastering a complicated tangle of circumstances, the use of theory in giving foresight in special cases. All these powers are not to be imparted by a set rule embodied in one schedule of examination subjects. I appeal to you as practical teachers. With good discipline it is always possible to pump into the minds of a class a certain quantity of inert knowledge. You take a textbook and make them learn it. So far, so good. The child then knows how to solve a quadratic equation. But what is the point of teaching a child to solve the quadratic equation? There is a traditional answer to this question. It runs thus. The mind is an instrument. You first sharpen it and then use it. The acquisition of the power of solving a quadratic equation is part of the process of sharpening the mind. Now, there is just enough truth in this answer to have made it live through the ages. But for all its half-truth, it embodies a radical error which bids fair to stifle the genius of the modern world. I do not know who was the first responsible for this analogy of the mind to a dead instrument. For aught I know, it may have been one of the 7 wise men of Greece, or a committee of the whole lot of them. Whoever was the originator, there can be no doubt of the authority which it has acquired by the continuous approval which it has received from eminent persons. But whatever its weight of authority, whatever the high approval which it can quote, I have no hesitation in denouncing it as one of the most fatal, erroneous and dangerous conceptions ever introduced into the theory of education. The mind is never passive. It is a perpetual activity, delicate, receptive, responsive to stimulus. You cannot postpone its life until you have sharpened it. Whatever interest attaches to your subject matter must be evoked here and now. Whatever powers you are strengthening in the pupil must be exercised here and now. Whatever possibilities of mental life your teaching should impart must be exhibited here and now. That is the golden rule of education, and a very difficult rule to follow. The difficulty is just this. The apprehension of general ideas, intellectual habits of mind, and pleasurable interest in mental achievement can be evoked by no form of words, however accurately adjusted. All practical teachers know that education is a patient process of the mastery of details, minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day. There is no royal road to learning through an airy path of brilliant generalizations. There is a proverb about the difficulty of seeing the wood because of the trees. That difficulty is exactly the point which I am enforcing. The problem of education is to make the pupil see the wood by means of the trees. The solution which I am urging is to eradicate the fatal disconnection of subjects which kills the vitality of our modern curriculum. There is only one subject matter for education, and that is life in all its manifestations. Instead of this single unity, we offer children algebra, from which nothing follows, geometry, from which nothing follows, science, from which nothing follows, history, from which nothing follows, a couple of languages never mastered, and lastly, most dreary of all, literature, represented by plays of Shakespeare with philological notes and short analysis of plot and character, to be in substance committed to memory. Can such a list be said to represent life, as it is known in the midst of the living of it? The best that can be said of it is that it is a rapid table of contents which a deity might run over in his mind while he was thinking of creating a world, and had not yet determined how to put it together. Let us now return to quadratic equations. We still have on hand the unanswered question: why should children be taught their solution? Unless quadratic equations fit into a connected curriculum, of course, there is no reason to teach anything about them. Furthermore, extensive as should be the place of mathematics in a complete culture, I am a little doubtful whether for many types of boys, algebraic solutions of quadratic equations do not lie on the specialist side of mathematics. I may here remind you that as yet I have not said anything of the psychology of the content of the specialization, which is so necessary a part of ideal education. But all that is an evasion of our real question, and I merely state it in order to avoid being misunderstood in my answer. Quadratic equations are part of algebra, and algebra is the intellectual instrument which has been created for rendering clear the quantitative aspects of the world. There is no getting out of it. Through and through, the world is infected with quantity. To talk sense is to talk in quantities. It is no use saying that the nation is large. How large? It is no use saying that radium is scarce. How scarce? You cannot evade quantity. You may fly to poetry and to music, and quantity and number will face you in your rhythm and in your octaves. Elegant intellects which despise the theory of quantity are but half developed. They are more to be pitied than blamed. The scraps of gibberish, which in their school days were taught to them in the name of algebra, deserve some contempt. This question of the degeneration of algebra into gibberish, both in word and in fact, affords a pathetic instance of the uselessness of reforming educational schedules without a clear conception of the attributes which you wish to evoke in the living minds of the children. A few years ago there was an outcry that school algebra was in need of reform, but there was a general agreement that graphs would put everything right. So all sorts of things were extruded, and graphs were introduced. So far as I can see, with no sort of idea behind them, but just graphs. Now every examination paper has one or two questions on graphs. Personally, I am an enthusiastic adherent of graphs, but I wonder whether as yet we have gained very much. You cannot put life into any schedule of general education unless you succeed in exhibiting its relation to some essential characteristic of all intelligent or emotional perception. It is a hard saying, but it is true, and I do not see how to make it any easier. In making these little formal alterations, you are beaten by the very nature of things. You are pitted against too skillful an adversary, who will see to it that the pea is always under the other thimble. Reformation must begin at the other end. First, you must make up your mind as to those quantitative aspects of the world which are simple enough to be introduced into general education. Then a schedule of algebra should be framed which will about find its exemplification in these applications. We did not fear for our pet graphs. They will be there in plenty when we once begin to treat algebra as a serious means of studying the world. Some of the simplest applications will be found in the quantities which occur in the simplest study of society. The curves of history are more vivid and more informing than the dry catalogues of names and dates which comprise the greater part of that arid school study. What purpose is effected by a catalogue of undistinguished kings and queens? Tom, Dick, or Harry, they are all dead. General resurrections are failures, and are better postponed. The quantitative flux of the forces of modern society are capable of very simple exhibition. Meanwhile, the idea of the variable, of the function, of rate of change, of equations and their solution, of elimination, are being studied as an abstract science for their own sake. Not, of course, in the pompous phrases with which I am alluding to them here, but with that iteration of simple special cases proper to teaching. If this course be followed, the route from Chaucer to the Black Death, from the Black Death to modern labour troubles, will connect the tales of the medieval pilgrims with the abstract science of algebra, both yielding diverse aspects of that single theme, life. I know what most of you are thinking at this point. It is that the exact course which I have sketched out is not the particular one which you would have chosen or even see how to work. I quite agree. I am not claiming that I could do it myself, but your objection is the precise reason why a common external examination system is fatal to education. The process of exhibiting the applications of knowledge must, for its success, essentially depend on the character of the pupils and the genius of the teacher. Of course, I have left out the easiest applications, with which most of us are more at home. I mean the quantitative sides of sciences, such as mechanics and physics. My meaning can be illustrated by looking more closely into a special case of this type of application. In my rough catalogue of the sort of subjects which should form the schedule for algebra, I mentioned elimination. It was not put there by accident, for it covers a very important body of thought. In the first place, there is the abstract process of algebraic elimination for suitable simple cases. The pupil acquires a firm grasp of this by the process, inevitable in education, of working an adequate number of examples. Again, there are the graphical solutions of the same problem. Then we consider the significance of the external world. We consider the velocity, time, space, acceleration diagrams. We take uniform acceleration. We eliminate time t between velocity equals initial velocity plus acceleration multiplied by time, and displacement equals initial velocity multiplied by times plus 1/2 of acceleration multiplied by times squared, and eliminate displacement s between velocity squared equals initial velocity squared plus 2 times acceleration times displacement, and displacement equals initial velocity multiplied by time plus 1/2 of acceleration multiplied by time squared. Then we remember that constant acceleration is a very special case, and we consider graphical solutions or empirically given variations of velocity or of acceleration. In preference, we use those empirical formulae which occur in the pupil's experimental work. We compare the strong and weak points of the algebraic and graphical solutions. Again, in the same connection, we plot the statistics of social phenomena against the time. We then eliminate the time between suitable pairs. We can speculate how far we have exhibited a real causal connection, or how far a mere temporal coincidence. We notice that we might have plotted against the time one set of statistics for one country and another set for another country, and thus, with suitable choice of subjects, have obtained graphs which certainly exhibited mere coincidence. Also, other graphs exhibit obvious causal connections. We wonder how to discriminate, and so are drawn on as far as we will. But in considering this description, I must beg you to remember what I have been insisting on above. In the first place, one train of thought will not suit all groups of children. For example, I should expect that artisan children will want something more concrete and, in a sense, swifter than I have set down here. Perhaps I am wrong, but this is what I should guess. In the second place, I am not contemplating one beautiful lecture stimulating once and for all an admiring class. That is not the way in which education proceeds. No, all the time the pupils are hard at work solving examples, drawing graphs, and making experiments, until they have a thorough hold on the whole subject. I am describing the interspersed explanations, the directions which should be given to their thoughts. The pupils have got to be made to feel that they are studying something and are not merely executing intellectual minuets. In this connection, the excellence of some of the most recent textbooks on elementary algebra emanating from members of this association should create an epoch in the teaching of the subject. Finally, if you are teaching pupils for some general examination, the problem of sound teaching is greatly complicated. Have you ever noticed the zigzag molding round the Norman arch? The ancient work is beautiful. The modern work is hideous. The reason is that the modern work is done to exact measure. The ancient work is varied according to the idiosyncrasy of the workman. Here it is crowded, and there it is expanded. Now, the essence of getting pupils through examinations is to give equal weight to all parts of the schedule. But mankind is naturally specialist. One man sees a whole subject, where another can find only a few detached examples. I know that it seems contradictory to allow for specialism in a curriculum specially designed for a broad culture. Without contradictions, the world would be simpler, and perhaps duller. But I am certain that in education, wherever you exclude specialism, you destroy life. We now come to the other great branch of a general mathematical education, namely geometry. The same principles apply. The theoretical part should be clear-cut, rigid, short, and important. Every proposition not absolutely necessary to exhibit the main connections of ideas should be cut out, but the great fundamental ideas should be all there. No omission of concepts, such as those of similarity and proportion. We must remember that, owing to the aid rendered by the visual presence of a figure, geometry is a field of unequaled excellence for the exercise of the deductive faculties of reasoning. Then, of course, there follows geometrical drawing, with its training for the hand and eye. But, like algebra, geometry and geometrical drawing must be extended beyond the mere circle of geometrical ideas. In an industrial neighborhood, machinery and workshop practice form the appropriate extension. For example, in the London Polytechnics, this has been achieved with conspicuous success. For many secondary schools, I suggest that surveying and maps are the natural applications. In particular, plane table surveying should lead pupils to a vivid apprehension of the immediate application of geometric truth. Simple drawing apparatus, a surveyor's chain, and a surveyor's compass should enable the pupils to rise from the surveys and mensuration of a field to the construction of the map of a small district. The best education is to be found in gaining the utmost information from the simplest apparatus. The provision of elaborate instruments is greatly to be deprecated. To have constructed the map of a small district, to have considered its roads, its contours, its geology, its climate, its relation to other districts, the effects on the status of its inhabitants, will teach more history and geography than any knowledge of Perkin Warbeck or of Behren's Straits. I mean not a nebulous lecture on the subject, but a serious investigation in which the real facts are definitely ascertained by the aid of accurate theoretical knowledge. A typical mathematical problem should be: survey such and such a field, draw a plan of it to such and such a scale, and find the area. It would be quite a good procedure to impart the necessary geometrical propositions without their proofs. Then, concurrently in the same term, the proofs of the propositions would be learned while the survey was being made. Fortunately, the specialist side of education presents an easier problem than does the provision of a general culture. For this, there are many reasons. One is that many of the principles of procedure to be observed are the same in both cases, and it is unnecessary to recapitulate. Another reason is that specialist training takes place, or should take place, at a more advanced stage of the pupil's course, and thus there is easier material to work upon. But undoubtedly the chief reason is that the specialist study is normally a study of peculiar interest to the student. He is studying it because, for some reason, he wants to know it. This makes all the difference. The general culture is designed to foster an activity of mind. The specialist course utilizes this activity, but it does not do to lay too much stress on this neat antithesis. As we have already seen, in the general course, foci of special interest will arise, and similarly in the special study, the external connections of the subject drag thought outwards. Again, there is not one course of study which merely gives general culture, and another which gives special knowledge. The subjects pursued for the sake of a general education are special subjects specially studied. And on the other hand, one of the ways of encouraging general mental activity is to foster a special devotion. You may not divide the seamless code of learning. What education has to impart is an intimate sense for the power of ideas, for the beauty of ideas, and for the structure of ideas, together with a particular body of knowledge which has peculiar reference to the life of the being possessing it. The appreciation of the structure of ideas is that side of a cultured mind which can only grow under the influence of a special study. I mean that eye for the whole chessboard, for the bearing of one set of ideas on another. Nothing but a special study can give any appreciation for the exact formulation of general ideas, for their relations when formulated, for their service in the comprehension of life. A mind so disciplined should be both more abstract and more concrete. It has been trained in the comprehension of abstract thought and in the analysis of facts. Finally, there should grow the most austere of all mental qualities. I mean the sense for style. It is an aesthetic sense, based on admiration for the direct attainment of a foreseen end, simply and without waste. Style in art, style in literature, style in science, style in logic, style in practical execution have fundamentally the same aesthetic qualities, namely attainment and restraint. The love of a subject in itself and for itself, where it is not the sleepy pleasure of pacing a mental quarterdeck, is the love of style as manifested in that study. Here we are brought back to the position from which we started, the utility of education. Style, in its finest sense, is the last acquirement of the educated mind. It is also the most useful. It pervades the whole being. The administrator with a sense for style hates waste. The engineer with a sense for style economizes his material. The artisan with a sense for style prefers good work. Style is the ultimate morality of mind. But above style and above knowledge, there is something, a vague shape like fate above the Greek gods. That something is power. Style is the fashioning of power, the restraining of power. But after all, the power of attainment of the desired end is fundamental. The first thing is to get there. Do not bother about your style, but solve your problem. Justify the ways of God to man. Administer your province, or do whatever else is set before you. Where then does style help? In this. With style, the end is attained without side issues, without raising undesirable inflammations. With style, you attain your end, and nothing but your end. With style, the effect of your activity is calculable, and foresight is the last gift of gods to men. With style, your power is increased, for your mind is not distracted with irrelevancies, and you are more likely to attain your object. Now, style is the exclusive privilege of the expert. Whoever heard of the style of an amateur painter, of the style of an amateur poet? Style is always the product of specialist study. The peculiar contribution of specialism to culture. English education, in its present phase, suffers from a lack of definite aim and from an external machinery which kills its vitality. Hitherto, in this address, I have been considering the aims which should govern education. In this respect, England holds between two opinions. It has not decided whether to produce amateurs or experts. The profound change in the world which the 19th century has produced is that the growth of knowledge has given foresight. The amateur is essentially a man with appreciation and with immense versatility in mastering a given routine, but he lacks the foresight which comes from special knowledge. The object of this address is to suggest how to produce the expert without loss of the essential virtues of the amateur. The machinery of our secondary education is rigid where it should be yielding, and lax where it should be rigid. Every school is bound on pain of extinction to train its boys for a small set of definite examinations. No headmaster has a free hand to develop his general education or his specialist studies in accordance with the opportunities of his school, which are created by its staff, its environment, its class of boys, and its endowments. I suggest that no system of external tests which aims primarily at examining individual scholars can result in anything but educational waste. Primarily, it is the schools and not the scholars which should be inspected. Each school should grant its own leaving certificates, based on its own curriculum. The standards of these schools should be sampled and corrected. But the first requisite for educational reform is the school as a unit, with its approved curriculum based on its own needs and evolved by its own staff. If we fail to secure that, we simply fall from one formalism into another, from one dunghill of inert ideas into another. In stating that the school is the true educational unit in any national system for the safeguarding of efficiency, I have conceived the alternative system as being the external examination of the individual scholar. But every Scylla is faced by its Charybdis, or in more homely language, there is a ditch on both sides of the road. It will be equally fatal to education if we fall into the hands of a supervising department which is under the impression that it can divide all schools into 2 or 3 rigid categories, each type being forced to adopt a rigid curriculum. When I say that the school is the educational unit, I mean exactly what I say. No larger unit, no smaller unit. Each school must have the claim to be considered in relation to its special circumstances. The classifying of schools for some purposes is necessary, but no absolutely rigid curriculum, not modified by its own staff, should be permissible. Exactly the same principles apply, with the proper modifications, to universities and to technical colleges. When one considers in its length and in its breadth the importance of this question of the education of a nation's young, the broken lives, the defeated hopes, the national failures, which result from the frivolous inertia with which it is treated, it is difficult to restrain within oneself a savage rage. In the conditions of modern life, the rule is absolute. The race which does not value trained intelligence is doomed. Not all your heroism, not all your social charm, not all your wit, not all your victories on land or at sea, can move back the finger of fate. Today we maintain ourselves. Tomorrow science will have moved forward yet one more step, and there will be no appeal from the judgment which will then be pronounced on the uneducated. We can be content with no less than the old summary of educational ideal which has been current at any time from the dawn of our civilization. The essence of education is that it be religious. Pray, what is religious education? A religious education is an education which inculcates duty and reverence. Duty arises from our potential control over the course of events. Where attainable knowledge could have changed the issue, ignorance has the guilt of vice. And the foundation of reverence is this perception that the present holds within itself the complete sum of existence, backwards and forwards, that whole amplitude of time, which is eternity. End of The Aims of Education, A Plea for Reform, by Alfred North Whitehead.
The CIA Campus, The Story of Original Headquarters Building, by the United States Central Intelligence Agency. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The CIA Campus, The Story of Original Headquarters Building, by the United States Central Intelligence Agency. Search for a permanent home. On the Virginia side of the Potomac River, the picturesque parcel of land that is the current site of CIA headquarters has a long and varied history. Did you know, for example, that the first settlements in the area occurred as long ago as 11,000 years? Native American bands chose the site because of its water access and the abundance of nearby natural resources, especially quartz, from which they fashioned tools and spear points. In 1719, Thomas Lee purchased a nearly 3,000-acre tract from the 6th Lord Fairfax and named it Langley, after his family's estate in England. During the Civil War, Langley's proximity to Chainbridge made it an important Union Army position. Several defensive works with heavy artillery, notably Forts Macy and Ethan Allen, were constructed in the vicinity, and 2 infantry camps, Griffin and Pierpoint, were established on the site itself. The excavation work for what is now the original headquarters building, OHB, turned up a number of relics, including bullets, coins, and a mule shoe from the period. Even before the National Security Act of 1947 created the Central Intelligence Agency, DCI's Hoyt Vandenberg and Roscoe Hillenkotter pressed for a single, permanent fireproof building in Washington to house the agency's precursor, the Central Intelligence Group. This request was described as an urgent need, as the CIG then occupied 10 different buildings. At first, CIA headquarters was located in Washington's Foggy Bottom in the E Street complex that had been used by the OSS during World War II. The agency also found space in former OSS offices in the old temporary buildings along the National Mall. These tempos, as they were called, were difficult to secure and uncomfortable to occupy, as they proved extremely hard to heat in the winter and impossible to cool in the summer. The overflow situation steadily worsened, and by the time the first occupants moved into their permanent home, as many as 40 CIA offices were scattered around town. A site is found. Allen Dulles took up the cause of a new headquarters when he became DCI in 1953. Dulles decided that a campus-like setting would afford greater security and privacy, and in addition, help to attract strong candidates to the agency. A number of sites were considered, but Dulles settled on Langley, primarily for its security and privacy. It was surrounded by parkland and government-owned property on 3 sides, and only a few privately owned houses on the 4th side, and he considered it to be the most accessible area based on where most CIA employees lived, about 50% in the district, 20% in Maryland, and 30% in Virginia. He also knew that if CIA needed to expand in the future, there was plenty of room to do so. In 1955, Representative Carl Vinson and Senator Richard Russell introduced legislation for the purchase of the land and the construction of a CIA building. Congress made clear that its intent was to locate the CIA headquarters in Langley, and testimony at subsequent hearings established that local authorities and residents were overwhelmingly in favor of the proposal. In 1956, the National Capital Planning Commission granted approval for the new campus and structure. Building a superstructure. On July 5, 1956, the contract with Harrison and Abramovitz was signed. This firm designed the United Nations Building and Lincoln Center in New York. 40 architects and designers were given secret clearances. In October 1957, site clearing began, and in March 1958, final blueprints and specifications for an H-shaped building were approved. Laying the cornerstone. In May 1959, with the site under security surveillance and contractors wearing security badges, work on the original headquarters building began. On November 3, 1959, President Eisenhower came to Langley to place the time capsule and to lay the cornerstone. The box and cornerstone were later removed and held for safekeeping until they were permanently installed more than a year later. Eisenhower gave a short speech in which he publicly affirmed the need for intelligence, both in peacetime and in war. When the press asked Dulles after the ceremony what was in the box, he smiled and said, "It's a secret." Despite the DCI's joke, everything in the copper-covered steel box was unclassified, although there was considerable discussion about whether classified material should be included. Learn more about the contents of the cornerstone in our CIA headquarters virtual tour. Growing pains. The year 1960 was a busy time for construction at headquarters. The concrete roof of the north penthouse, the highest point of the building, was poured that year, and, as was customary, the workmen held an impromptu flag-raising ceremony. When the curved steel girders for the roof of the cafeteria were delivered that year, an article appeared in the June 13 edition of the Washington Evening Star. The newspaper had been sending periodic flights over the construction site to photograph and report on the progress, and they printed a photo with the caption, "The crescent-shaped objects at left are decorative waterfalls." The waterfalls were actually the cafeteria, which was ready for full operation in February 1962. Offices began to move into the north half of the headquarters building in September 1961. Buildings M and Q were the first to move from downtown. Unfortunately, the south side of the building was still open to the elements, and the place became infested with mice. Many disagreements and complaints emerged during this transition time. On September 18, 1961, the new telephone switchboard facility was put into service, and the operators were instructed to answer an incoming call, Central Intelligence Agency. As this drew considerable attention from the public and the media, the previously used Executive 36115 response was resumed after a few weeks. Original headquarters building is finished. Dulles designed his own office, but insisted that he would not move in before all the offices had completed their transition to the new building. However, after the failure of the Bay of Pigs invasion, April 1961, he was replaced as DCI. Dulles never worked in the building he created. President Kennedy presided over the dedication of CIA's new home on November 28, 1961. During the ceremony, he presented Dulles with the National Security Medal. The next day, John McCone was sworn in as DCI, and he and his staff moved into temporary offices on the third floor. The seventh floor director's suite was finally completed in March 1962. By May 15, 1962, the new CIA headquarters building was fully occupied. Due to staffing growth and demands, the CIA leadership soon began to consider whether an auxiliary building was needed. End of The CIA Campus, The Story of the Original Headquarters Building, by the United States Central Intelligence Agency. Recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
The College Freshman's Don't Book, in the interests of freshmen at large, especially those whose remaining at large uninstructed and unguided appears a worry and a menace to college and university society, these remarks and hints are set forth by G.F.E., A.B., a sympathizer, by George Fullerton Evans. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. As to the Place. Don't imagine that you own the college town from the moment you strike it. Remember, there are prior claims, and you're not the first squatter. Don't expect the college town to furnish you with good weather, because it won't. The weather is generally the only thing about a college town not yet educated. Of course, if you happen to have come from Lapland or Patagonia, and do not know what good weather is, the weather here may suit you. The oldest inhabitants in a college town live to be very old. This is to be accounted for by the fact that they are kept alive by their curiosity to see what kind of weather is going to develop next. Don't forget that sightseeing relatives and others coming on a visit to the college must see the library, the gymnasium, the dining hall, and the athletic field. These and the campus are generally all the sights there are. It is well to get this list carefully in mind early, as it saves you from a panic at the last minute. You often think that you will explore the place and get something new to show people, but this you never do. The above list is a fairly accurate one, and it suffices. Those whom you are guiding about always pretend they are dreadfully interested and excited about everything in turn. On your first trip as official guide, you yourself see a great deal. On your 50th, you try not to. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. As to Settling Down. Don't think that your mere arrival at college has made you able to relieve Atlas in holding up the world. The world's idea of you at this point is that you're something like a goldfish just let loose in a glass globe. It will begin to expect something of you when you're dumped into the big ocean. Don't, if you can possibly sidestep it, begin to live in a place which you do not like. The blue willies may lurk in the corners. Many a freshman changes his residence about the mid-year because he has not made a careful selection at first. The moving often entails cracked washbowls, broken pictures and casts, stifled oaths, and a sense of great unrest not appropriate to the season. Don't treat your landlady shabbily if you happen to live in a private house. Some landladies are the best souls in the world. All of them are proud and descended from the best early families. You have only to take their word for this. Though they are often inquisitive, their inquisitiveness often comes from their genuine interest in you. Sometimes the more they know of your family history, the less they will charge you for oil and gas at the end of the month. Don't begin too early in the term to make your landlady's house a noisy abode. She may get impatient and do something hasty, such as even demanding your key, payment, and evacuation. In such an event you see the full meaning of her appellation. Whereas before you may have thought that the word land in her title meant to catch as to land the fish, you now see that it is primarily derived from her ability to come down hard on a special occasion. Don't be discouraged if you can't find anything in the right place after the dusting lady has put things in order. It's a way they have. Don't neglect taste in your room. How do you know but that somebody may judge you by the way you decorate your study? Presumably you were not raised in a barn, and there can be no harm in letting the appearance of your room bear out this in fact. Don't try to make a royal residence of your room. Your taste may alter. A college man's taste often undergoes rapid and violent revolution for the better within the first year. Don't think that you must have Turkish rugs. Generally, a freshman cannot tell the real article when he sees it. The man at the sale may try to make you believe they'll never wear out. Never mind. You have only to get them to know what he means. Just get some old, reliable patterns. There is a secret connected with this. The older and dirtier they get, the more oriental they look. You've no idea how much sweeping this saves. Don't go in for a lot of fine china the first term. How can you tell but that your neighbors or visitors may not care as much for that sort of thing as you? Remember that in a room where costly china lies about in profusion, a rough house may be a more expensive variety of entertainment than grand opera with seats for the family. Don't get angry if a senior comes into your room and looks about and smiles. Probably he's only remembering that he once decorated his room the way you do yours. Just keep your eyes open when you go into older fellows' rooms. You'll soon learn that two crossed college flags, a vile plaster copy of the Venus de Milo, and a copy of the Barry Lion as sole decorations may be lived down, or later pulled down. If you wish to be exceptionally original, don't go in for either the flags or the casts. Yet in following years these things may become good old friends to remind you that you were once a freshman. Don't overdo with respect to furniture, even if you can afford it. It may make some of your visitors uncomfortable. If you can't afford it, you'll be made uncomfortable yourself. Don't mistake the color of your college. A good many freshmen do this. It is especially pathetic, by the way, to see a freshman waving a flag which is off color at a big game. Sometimes the mistake is attributed to color blindness. This is a charitable interpretation. Don't buy a roll-top desk or an iron safe during your first year. You know you may not care to occupy one room all through college. We heard of one house having to be torn down that a freshman might move out with his roll-top desk. Not only this, but when he failed to find another place, a house had to be built up around his cumbersome furniture. It was a case of this or his rooming in the desk. Don't think that you have fairly got on to things while the tray of your trunk is still unpacked. Don't look too sober if hazing happens to be in vogue and the sophomores order you about. Remember that you can make the affair either a funeral or a farce, and it's pleasanter to be the leading man in a farce than to be the principal at a funeral. The best way to get along with sophomores is to take them good-naturedly. Don't be nauseatingly saccharine, for that's just about as bad as getting mad about it. Just fool them into thinking you're enjoying yourself, and they'll stop. Don't neglect to receive your visitors as if you were glad to see them. This is not encouraging hypocrisy, inasmuch as the recommendation need not include the laundryman or the tailor's collector. You couldn't fool them anyway. It is not polite, when visitors come, always to be found with a green shade over your eyes. When a visitor calls, look as if you had just been waiting for someone to talk to. If you improve your time between visitors, they ought not to cause you to waste any valuable time. Don't play the piano at all hours. Have a regular time for practice, then your neighbors may protect themselves. If you play the violin or the trumpet, don't overdo it. You are tempting fate. Don't incur the anger of your proctor by noisy conduct or disrespect. Proctors, especially young ones, are apt to feel their oats and to report you on slight provocation. But a friendly proctor is a friend worth having. Chapter 3. As to dress. Don't wear your prep school hat band or flash your high school fraternity pin upon your almost manly chest. These are stock idiosyncrasies of the freshman. Just remember that school fashions do not prevail at college. Don't dress too sporty during the first term. The effects you try to imitate at this period of the game are apt to be only the superficial and amusing ones. Don't wear long hair. Hair, if left to grow as it listeth, may attain to a surprising length within a single season. The freshman year is not the time to test the accuracy of this statement. Wait till you are a sophomore, then you won't care. Remember that long hair is the poet's privilege, though not always proof of a poet. To wear long hair, you had better take out a poet's license. In this respect, a dog license will do if you fail to qualify as poet. Don't feel it incumbent upon you to wear a beard or a mustache if you happen to have raised one on the farm or in England during the summer. Whiskers are the plus sign of masculinity. Upperclassmen do not appreciate them in freshmen. Don't wear too much jewelry, as an over amount of it suggests trips to places where they loan money. Don't affect stick pins bearing large horses' heads or horseshoes, thinking these will demonstrate that you keep a gig. The horsey ornament connotes the coachman's white tie and the odor of the stable. Don't carry a cane in your freshman year. Something is very likely to happen to it. Don't be found displaying a tall hat. A tall hat is a mighty nice thing for sister's wedding at home, but better leave it there. Its dignity is liable to fade, like the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. It was only because those nations got too chesty, you remember, that the Vandals of old worried them. Don't think that crazy or odd clothes are necessarily college clothes. Lots of college men do wear crazy clothes, but it isn't so much because they're college men as because they're crazy. Don't forget to dress neatly and up to your means. You owe it to yourself to dress as well as you can. I don't mean that owing this to yourself should necessitate your continually owing something to your tailor. You do not owe it to yourself to owe anybody. Chapter 4. As to dining. Don't begin by resorting habitually to the quick lunch. Nobody ever made friends at a quick lunch, except with the waitresses. Select a good place where there are lots of fellows whom you will see continually. You ought to pick out some good friends from among them. Don't attempt in a large dining hall to get a place at a society, club, or athletic table for which you have not yet qualified. You are liable to queer yourself from the start. Don't try continually to air the sum of knowledge which you are just assimilating. There are few things more pathetic than the first-year chemist who keeps asking you at table to pass the NaCl, or the fledgling psychologist who would try to prove that bread and butter is matter for the mind and not for the stomach. Don't keep telling how they do things in that part of the country which you come from. The assumption is that since you came to college you are willing to learn something of how they do things here. Don't monopolize the conversation at the table, especially if there are older men around. You'll get yourself snubbed if you talk too much about yourself. Fellows don't care much whether your grandfather kept a brake and 10 horses or drove a shay over the plank road. Be a good listener. Then, too, older men like to be listened to. The chances are you will learn a sight more by hearing them than they will by hearing you. Don't continually find fault with the things you have to eat. Act as if you were used to eating away from home. Half the time the jokes you make at the expense of the food come merely from an uncontrollable desire to air your wit. Knocking the grub doesn't require half so much brains or individuality as shutting up about it. Chapter 5. As to Lectures and Studies. Don't forget to attend a large % of your lectures. The information dispensed in lectures is often to be found invaluable in passing the examinations. Don't let yourself be mesmerized into taking a lot of things you feel a positive disinclination for. Many a freshman has spoiled his first year in this way, and failing to pass has left college and become a streetcar conductor or a clerk. Don't mistake the willingness to accept a snap course for a startling aptitude for a subject. Don't abuse the elective system if you are privileged to be at a college where it is employed. It is a system which presupposes your own interest in your intellectual welfare. It is too easy to fill up with a lot of unrelated subjects. You may say, "But I desire a broad education." Very good. Did you ever go to a circus? There the prettiest feats are performed upon the broad, spacious back of one horse. The rider gets the broadest backed critter he can find that will keep moving. Those who ride 2 or 3 horses take a risk. In college you may find that when you try to do the intellectual split, you're liable to fall down between your horses. Don't neglect any honest opportunities you may have to make friends with an instructor or a professor. Meeting teachers represents a privilege and not always necessarily a pull. As for knowing professors intimately, few do, except other professors. As for their knowing us intimately, it might seem as if this seldom happens until it comes time to expel us. Don't try to fool the college doctor into believing that you can't go to lectures or are going to die because you've sprained your left thumb. Generally, the college doctor is a shrewd man, or he would not be the college doctor. Don't fail to make a list of the required reading in any course, and do some of it, say a little more than will enable you merely to pass the exam. It is barely possible that the reading you have done in connection with your college courses will some day prove you an educated man. As for doing all the reading that all the professors require, well, a fellow must sleep and eat. Don't think that exams can be passed without any preparation. It takes some. The minimum has not yet been determined, nor has the maximum. The middlemum has even been known to vary according as the instructor imagines that the crowd is or is not taking the course as a snap. the little birdies are surely in league with the faculty. Don't rely upon special tutors to pass all your courses. It's lazy and not entirely self-respecting. When our friend Gulliver went to Laputa, he met certain teachers who gave their pupils small intellectual wafers. These they swallowed upon empty stomachs. As the wafers digested, the tincture mounted to the pupil's brain, bearing the proposition along with it. The same system of cramming exists to-day, only it doesn't always work as advertised. A fellow resorts to special tutors when he has lost confidence and needs an intellectual narcotic. Special tutors represent the drug capsule of learning. Why be a dope fiend? Don't try in your exams to make a hit by writing long papers. The exam is not an endurance contest. Somehow long papers don't take unless there is some sense in everything you have written. If you don't believe this, try it and find out. Don't rely wholly upon typewritten notes to get through your courses. Many college professors show no quarter to those whom they ascertain to be addicted to this predigested form of information. Often the professor's life specialty is the tracing of literary works to their sources. So be careful. Better take notes in lectures. If this serve no other purpose, 'twill keep you awake. Don't put off that long piece of written work till the night before it is due. A piece of work about which you have been warned months beforehand can't be done between 8 p.m. and 3 a.m. Here rush orders, contrary to the rule, spoil. If you come up to the scratch as you should, in the matter of long pieces of written work, the instructor will almost forget how doggone lazy you have been all along in the little things. Don't idle away time to such an extent that you get a reputation as an idler, either among your friends or with the members of the faculty. You'll find such a reputation hard to live down. Notwithstanding the fact that everybody is supposed to come by a love of learning in college, there are some things which the faculty will not take for granted. With the faculty, the chronic idler will find that his name is anathema, or Dennis at least. Don't fail to keep in mind the flight of steps which represents the descent from the plane of regular work. It goes something like this: work, slack work, probation, special probation, then I am sorry to inform you that the faculty has decided that you are no longer needed to ornament the college, and so forth. After which it is the greased slide, down and out, so to speak. In other words, you are about to feel the thrill of academic life along your keel for the last time. Facilis descensus Averni, Avernus being the cold, cold world, and the bother of having to explain to one's relations and friends in the home town how it all happened. Don't show disrespect or contempt for the college dean, or for the retinue within his gates. Once you queer yourself with the college office, you are on dangerous footing, and the college degree you seek is no longer seen to be constant as the northern star. Keep the degree in mind, hitch your wagon to it, but don't get too ambitious in the way of degrees. We once heard of a fellow who was called up and given the 3rd degree by the faculty without ever being graduated. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. As to College Organizations and Friends. Don't hesitate to go out for any teams or papers or musical clubs which you think you'd like to make. The mere trying for things shows you're not a dead one. If you are good enough, you'll find these things mean more than you ever had thought they could. If you fail to make them, you'll never regret having tried. As you grow older, you will see that you never could have done certain things you thought you could, and you'll have a first-rate opinion of your former self and your ambition. Don't be surprised or disappointed if you find you have neither time nor inclination to keep up with everything you thought you would, when first coming to college. Your interests naturally needed a sorting out. Don't think that offering suggestions to an athletic coach is the way to make a team. And don't answer back if the coach speaks harshly to you. Be thankful for any of his attention, even if it be gruff. With some coaches, swearing is more than a liberal art. Many think that the oftener they send their men to hell during practice, the surer they are of sending them to victory in the contest. Don't, for heaven's sake, ask people how one ought to go about getting into social clubs. It isn't considered polite. Just why, I can't tell you, but you'll learn why, some day, if you are the right sort. Don't hesitate to accept all chances for making friends, especially among your class. Don't think that you can always control the making of friends. You can't. Friends are heaven sent. Hold the ones you make, and count yourself lucky if you make half a dozen very good friends your first year. There is a difference between acquaintances and friends, by the way, just as there is a difference between fellows to whom you'd casually offer a cigarette and those to whom you'd gladly offer your pocketbook. Don't rely too much on prejudice in deciding what certain fellows may or may not be good for. You may or may not be right. Your standard may or may not be the only small stone on the seashore. Don't invite everybody to meet you in your room. It doesn't pay. But make a point of accepting as many invitations as possible which come from men you like. Visit any upperclassman who takes the trouble to offer you his hospitality. It may help you to get on later. Don't shake hands like a clam. The flipper shake is not popular and may make you distrusted. You'll need a good handshake all through college. Don't be one of those who continually pick up anything on the street that wears a bonnet and high heels. There are lots of girls who are willing, at any time, to be seen with a college man. The varieties differ. Some are genuinely pretty. Others wear the deliberate as distinguished from the natural complexion, being perhaps not so well preserved as carefully preserved. Maybe you think it is great fun to take a partner into a small hotel dining room with an "I do this every evening" kind of air. But you may find out, after smoking your brandy and drinking your cigarettes, that it isn't pleasant to be played for a good thing. Don't, however, neglect any opportunity to meet ladies of your own station. You are sure to require their society from time to time. The monastic life is not profitable for a man at college. The purr of pretty women and the occasional exchange of amicable nothings will preserve your social soul and keep the little blood-pumping organ in good condition. Don't hesitate to hear other people's opinions. The world did not begin, nor will it end, with you. Don't strut or look patronizing if you happen to have success. It makes people feel sorry for you. Don't forget the little things. Fellows notice them. Some will even judge you by the way you give or receive a match or cigarette. Don't imagine that your entire success in college will be finally measured by the number of clubs you make during your first year. Always remember that it is the standing of the ones you identify yourself with which counts. Don't join any final club or society until you feel pretty sure you could not do better. Chapter 7. As to Things in General. Don't expect to lay up a bank account by what you save from living inside your allowance. There are lots of unexpected things coming up which cost money. Only be careful and choose the things that seem necessary. You can't save much money, but you don't have to waste a cent to live and be a gentleman. Don't forget to write home once every so often. Mama and Papa are always glad to see the college town postmark, and, like as not, Papa is paying your way through college. Think how you'd feel if he forgot sometimes to send that check. Don't treat Father or Uncle John shabbily if one of them happens in town unexpectedly. Maybe you'll have a son or a nephew in the old place one day, and then you'll like to take a run out once in a while and see how things are getting on. Don't swagger when you go home for your first Thanksgiving or Christmas vacation. It doesn't make your friends envious of you. It's apt to make them sore. Don't think that because you can charge things at almost any store in the college town, it is your duty to have your name on the books of every firm. You don't need to back every enterprise. Besides, most every firm has a habit of rendering monthly bills, and a few of these make even a fair allowance look washed out and faded. Don't think that it is your father's duty to present you with an automobile. In father's day it was possible for a boy to go through college without one of these things. Remember that it cost a few pence to repair them and run them, or rather run them and then repair them. And father's 20 years in business have taught him a few things. Many a father would as soon buy his son an auto, but is not willing to endow one. Don't pawn your watch or sleeve links during your first year. This privilege is limited to upper-classmen who do society. A pawn ticket is a very compromising thing if found by some of your close relatives. You don't know what it is? It is a thin slip of paper somewhat resembling a check, only it weighs more heavily on the mind. No matter how funny a story you make at home of pawning your grandfather's watch, the heads of the family never see the joke. When you rake at the price of exchange for your pawned watch, it seems just like finding money, but when you pay it back out of a slim allowance at the end of the month, it seems like losing the same amount, plus. Don't buy cigars in wholesale quantities from mysterious-looking foreigners who say they have just done a neat little job of smuggling from Havana, and are willing to let you in on a good thing. They may even flatter you by telling you that you look trustworthy. They really mean that you look easy. It's your move. Don't give money to able-bodied beggars. Some may even speak good French or German. If you happen to be taking French or German, you will imagine that you are the only one in the world who can help them. But don't yield. As for crippled or blind and deaf beggars, help them now and then. You don't have to listen to their reminiscences of life in a sawmill to do this, unless you care for that sort of thing. Don't kill your conscience in regard to matters which you have been brought up to see in certain definite lights. If you think playing cards for money and the drinking of beer wrong, then don't play and don't indulge. You'll never be thought less of in college for hanging on to principle. Just be sure that your principles are worth sticking up for, and then stick. A wise old Englishman put it this way: obey your conscience, but just be sure that your conscience is not that of an ass. Don't get into the little game too often. Under certain conditions it's as easy as rolling off the Decalogue. Sometimes you get in because you're afraid others will think you are afraid to play. This is really not courage. A word more. When you're in, often the time when you think you can't afford to stop is just the time when you can best afford it. Take this advice. It is better than that of R.E. Morse. Don't keep spending money for a lot of things that you would hardly care to itemize in the account you send to father. Remember how he said, "I'll keep you decently, only I don't want college to make only a sport of my boy." Sometimes, when you are pressed, you think of asking father to lend you money to be paid back with interest when you get older. Don't be surprised if he refuses and asks, "Where's your collateral?" Remember that the business world, hunting about for something to which to attach its respect and admiration, does not single out the undergraduate in college. Don't be ashamed of chances to earn money in college, if you need it. More fellows earn their way through college than you have any idea of. College men have lots of respect for a fellow who isn't ashamed to work. Don't be a sport or a snob. Either is fatal. The Dead Game Act plays itself out sooner than those who work it suppose, and serves oftener to point a weakness than adorn a virtue. Don't imitate the manner of someone else. When you try to be like someone else, you only succeed in being unlike yourself. People don't expect or want you to be like them. Don't pretend that you have a fancy income if you haven't. It's a cheap, expensive pose. Lots of fellows get money regularly from home. All they have to do, it would seem, is to rip open letters and sign their names on the back of what falls out. If you aren't in this class, don't pretend you are. It isn't how much money you've got, but how you make what you've got do, that shows you up a good one. Don't fail to keep one eye on that bank account. It slowly and surely dwindles. It needs watching especially about the time the elms put on their new leaves and the undergraduates their new flannel trousers. To end the year with an overdrawn bank account is risky. No fellow can afford to have his credit go below par. Don't neglect the health habit. Substitute the tennis racket for the cigarette one of these days, and note the difference. It may make you feel like a king in the pink of condition, after which you'll probably try it again, which won't hurt you a bit. Don't repeat all the jokes that come into your head. Avoid especially jokes that may be old. Many a fellow's popularity may hinge on the fact that he'll listen to a funny story without insisting on telling another one that isn't quite so funny. Don't, if you are from a large, well-to-do preparatory school, talk too much about it, or think that the college must be run on the same plan as your school. Your views may not be appreciated. Don't aspire to be taken for an upper-classman by cultivating a walk or a swagger or an air. You can work this so hard that finally you are the only one deceived. Don't be rowdyish, or get the reputation of being a drunken fellow. The real fun you get out of college need not be a continual round of batting. Don't think it is always entirely the other man's fault if he fails to speak to you. If you have not the ability to make an impression worth another's remembering, look to yourself. Don't be a fool. This is the sum and substance of all that herein precedes. A fellow shows himself a fool or not a fool by his habits. College habits are funny things. The sooner you form your college habits, the better, or worse. To put off the sensible resolve till the time of your last exam may be as useless as the call of the doctor after the minister has left. Don't imagine for a moment that coming to college enables you to act in a superior way to others who have not enjoyed the same privilege. A college career is a grand, good thing, but its object is to enable you, if possible, better to understand the world, not to lift you at all above it. The world hates a fool, but a college-bred fool it thoroughly despises. Don't let your ears grow long, and don't bray. Don't imagine that the college catalogue, or even this book, can tell you all the things you need to know concerning how to make a man of yourself. After all, it is really up to you. Look about and be a gentleman. You say, but these few remarks hardly begin to solve the problem. And Echo answers, verbum sap. Chapter 8. Here ends the College Freshman's Don't book by G.F.E., A.B., a sympathizer. Decorations and initials by Raymond Carter. Illustrations by Charles Frank Ingerson. Published by Paul Elder and Company, and printed for them by the Tomei Press, under the direction of J. H. Nash, in the city of San Francisco, during the month of May and year 1910. End of The College Freshman's Don't Book by George Fullerton Evans. Read by David Wales.
A Diagram of Heredity by Francis Galton. From Nature, Volume 57, January 27, 1898. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Diagram of Heredity by Francis Galton. The law of heredity, which was formulated by myself in a memoir entitled The average contribution of each several ancestor to the total heritage of the offspring, Royal Society, June 3, 1897, and Nature, July 8, 1897, and which, as I am exceedingly gratified to learn, is now strongly corroborated by an independent investigation, has recently been illustrated by a useful diagram. This was devised by Mr. A. J. Meston of Allen Farm, Pittsburgh, Massachusetts, USA, and communicated by him to the Horseman, Chicago, December 28th, the leading American newspaper on horse breeding, together with a popular explanation of the law in question. Believing as I do, and I am not now alone in the opinion, that the law is a real advance in hereditary science, I think that Mr. Meston's diagram deserves a place in your columns, as conveying in a very intelligible form the chief features of the law. These are that the total heritage of the offspring is derived as follows. The two parents between them contribute on the average 1/2 of each inherited faculty, each of them contributing 1/4 of it. The 4 grandparents contribute between them 1/4, or each of them 1/16, and so on. The sum of the series 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 plus, etc., being equal to 1, as it should be. It is a property of this infinite series that each term is equal to the sum of all those that follow. Thus, 1/2 equals 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 plus, etc. 1/4 equals 1/8 plus 1/16 plus, etc., and so on. The prepotencies or subpotencies of particular ancestors in any given pedigree are eliminated by a law that deals only with average contributions, and the varying prepotencies of sex in respect to different qualities are also presumably eliminated. Corrections for these can of course be made in any particular pedigree, taking care that the corrected series still amounts to 1 exactly. It should be borne in mind that the word heritage has a more limited meaning than nature, or the sum of the inborn qualities. Heritage is confined to that which is inherited, while nature also includes those individual variations that are due to other causes than heredity, and which act before birth. Now, individual variation in a race that is stable must have a destructive as often as a constructive effect. Consequently, its effects balance one another in average results, and disappear from a law which deals only with these. The area of the square diagram represents the total heritage of any particular form or faculty that is bequeathed to any particular individual. It is divided into subsidiary squares, each bearing distinctive numbers, which severally refer to different ancestors. The size of these subsidiary squares shows the average proportion of the total heritage divided from the corresponding ancestors. The distinctive numbers are the same as those which I employed many years ago in connection with the family records with which I was at that time engaged. They were found both then and subsequently to be very convenient. The subject of the pedigree is numbered 1. Thenceforward, whatever be the distinctive number of an ancestor, which we will call n, the number of its sire is 2n, and that of its dam is 2n plus 1. All male numbers in the pedigree are therefore even, and all female numbers are odd. To take an example, 2 is the sire of 1, and 3 is the dam of 1, 6 is the sire of 3, and 7 is the dam of 3. Or, working backwards, 14 is a male who is mated to 15, their offspring is 7, a female who is mated to 6, their offspring is 3, a female who is mated to 2, and their offspring is 1, the subject. The connection of all this with the binary system of notation is obvious, and need not be further alluded to. In Mr. Meston's own diagram, the number 1 is assigned to the sire, and 2 to the dam, and so on. This detracts from the simplicity of the nomenclature, and therefore I do not adopt that part of his diagram. The distinction between the male and the female squares is made still more conspicuous by coloring the letter, but, yielding to the exigencies of printing, I have replaced color by printer's ink. So, all male squares in my version of Mr. Meston's diagram have white grounds and black numerals, and all female squares have black grounds and white numerals. The numbered squares could be continued indefinitely. In this small diagram they cease with the 4th generation, which contributes a 16th part of the total heritage. Therefore, the whole of the more distant ancestry, comprised in the black column, contribute 1/16 also. Francis Galton. End of A Diagram of Heredity by Francis Galton. Read by Avaí.
Emergency Childbirth, a reference guide for students of the Medical Self-Help Training Course, Lesson Number 11, by the U.S. Department of Defense and U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Emergency Childbirth. What to do. 1. Let nature be your best helper. Childbirth is a very natural act. 2. At first signs of labor, assign the best qualified person to remain with mother. 3. Be calm. Reassure mother. 4. Place mother and attendant in the most protected place in the shelter. 5. Keep children and others away. 6. Have hands as clean as possible. 7. Keep hands away from birth canal. 8. See that baby breathes well. 9. Place baby face down across mother's abdomen. 10. Keep baby warm. 11. Wrap afterbirth with baby. 12. Keep baby with mother constantly. 13. Make mother as comfortable as possible. 14. Identify baby. What not to do. 1. Do not hurry. 2. Do not pull on baby. Let baby be born naturally. 3. Do not pull on cord. Let the placenta, after birth, come naturally. 4. Do not cut and tie the cord until baby and afterbirth have been delivered. 5. Do not give medication. Do not hurry. Let nature take her course. If it becomes necessary for families to take refuge in fallout shelters, there will undoubtedly be a number of babies born under difficult conditions and without medical assistance. Every expectant mother and the members of her family should do all they can to prepare for emergency births. They will need to know what to do and what to have ready. See Expectant Mother's Emergency Kit. Special safeguards. A pregnant woman should be especially careful to protect herself from radiation exposure. She should have the most protected corner of the shelter and not be allowed to risk outside exposure. She should not lift heavy objects or push heavy furniture. If food shortages exist, she should be given some preference. Fear and possible exertion involved during an atomic attack will probably increase the number of premature births and of miscarriages. Preparations. Usually there is plenty of time after the beginning of first labor pains to get ready for the delivery. Signs of labor are low backache, bloody tinged mucus strings passing from the birth canal, or a gush of water from the birth canal. The mother will need a clean surface to lie on. Her bed should be so arranged that the mattress is well protected by waterproof sheeting or pads made from several thicknesses of paper covered with cloth. Cover these protective materials with a regular bed sheet. A warm bed should be made ready in advance for the baby. It may be a clothes basket, a box lined with a blanket, or a bureau drawer placed on firm chairs or on a table. If possible, warm the baby's blanket, shirt, and diapers with a hot water bottle. Warm bricks or a bag of table salt that has been heated can be used if a hot water bottle is not available. A knife, a pair of scissors, or a razor should be thoroughly cleansed and sterilized in preparation for cutting the umbilical cord. If there is no way to boil water to sterilize them (the preferred method of sterilization), sterilize them by immersion in 70% isopropyl alcohol solution for at least 20 minutes or up to 3 hours if possible. Sterile tapes for tying the umbilical cord will be needed. Do not remove them from their sterile wrappings until you are ready to use them. If no tapes are available, a clean shoestring or a strip of sheeting, folded into a narrow tie, can be boiled and used wet as a cord tie substitute. Stages of labor. Labor is the term used to describe the process of childbirth. It consists of the contractions of the wall of the womb, uterus, which force the baby and later the afterbirth, placenta, into the outside world. Labor is divided into 3 stages. Its duration varies greatly in different persons and under different circumstances. During the first and longest stage, the small opening at the lower end of the womb gradually stretches until it is large enough to let the baby pass through. The contractions, tightening of the uterus, which bring about this stretching and move the baby along into the birth canal, cause pains known as labor pains. These pains, usually beginning as an aching sensation in the small of the back, turn in a short time into regular recurring cramp-like pains in the lower abdomen. By placing your hand on the mother's abdomen just above the navel, you can feel each tightening of the uterus as an increasing firmness or hardness. It lasts for 30 to 60 seconds. The pains disappear each time the uterus relaxes. At first, these pains occur from 10 to 20 minutes apart and are not very severe. They may even stop completely for a while and then start up again. The mother should rest when she is tired, but need not be lying down continuously. She may sleep between tightenings if she can. She can take a little water or perhaps tea during the entire labor process. She should urinate frequently during labor, so the bladder will be as empty as possible at the time of birth. The skin in the vaginal area of the mother should be sponged occasionally with soapy water. Special attention should be given to cleaning the inner sides of the thighs and the rectal area with heavy lather. Soap or water should not be allowed to enter the vagina. A slight, watery, blood-stained discharge from the vagina normally accompanies labor pains or occurs before the pains begin. For first babies, this stage of labor may continue for as long as 18 hours or more. For women who have had a previous baby, it may last only 2 or 3 hours. The end of the first stage is usually signaled by the sudden pressing of a large gush of water, a pint or so, caused by the normal breaking of the bag of waters which surrounds the baby in the mother's womb. For some women, a bag of waters breaks before labor begins, or perhaps as a first sign of its beginning. This should not cause the mother or those helping her any concerns. It usually does not seriously affect the birth. Through this first stage of labor, the mother does not have to work to help the baby be born. She should not try to push the baby down, but should try to relax her muscles. She can help do this by taking deep breaths with her mouth open during each tightening. Illustration A. At full term, or after 40 weeks of pregnancy, the baby is ready to be born. The cervix through which baby must leave the uterus is shown clearly here, still closed. The contractions of the muscles of the uterus will open the cervix and force the baby down through the vagina or birth canal to the outside. Illustration B. At the end of the first stage of labor, the cervix is completely open and the baby's head is beginning to come down through the vagina. Contractions begin in the lower back and later are felt in the lower abdomen. At the time shown here, contractions are probably coming every 2 minutes, lasting 40 to 60 seconds, and very strong. Illustration C. The first stage of labor usually lasts several hours and is hard work. The mother needs to relax, rest, and be assured. Give her water and fruit juices. In this picture, the second stage of labor is well along. It is shorter than the first stage, and the mother will now be pushing down with each contraction, helping to force the baby into the world. Illustration D. The head of the baby has been partially born. This shows the usual position with the face down and the back of the head up. The bag of waters in which the baby is enclosed throughout the pregnancy may be broken at the beginning of labor, before or during the first stage. It may break now, or have to be torn with the fingers. Illustration E. Here you see the baby's head turned to the right as is usual. The shoulders are about to be born. The head must turn so that the baby's body can fit into the birth canal and come through more easily. After the birth of the baby, there will be further uterine contractions, and the placenta will be separated from the uterine wall and expelled. Change of feeling. Gradually, the time between the labor pains grows shorter, and the pains increase in severity until they are coming every 2 to 3 minutes. It will not be long now before the baby is born. At this stage, the mother will notice a change. Instead of the tightness in the lower abdomen and pain across the back, she will feel a bearing down sensation, almost as if she were having a bowel movement. This means the baby is moving down. When this happens, she should lie down and get ready for the birth of the child. The tightening and bearing down feelings will come more frequently and be harder. She will have an uncontrollable urge to push down, which she may do. But she should not work too hard at it, because the baby will be brought down without her straining too hard. There will probably be more blood showing at this point. The person attending the delivery should thoroughly scrub hands with soap and water. Never touch the vagina or put fingers inside for any reason. The mother also should keep her hands away from the vagina. As soon as a bulge begins to appear in the vaginal area and part of the baby is visible, the mother should stop pushing down. She should try to breathe like a panting dog, with her mouth open, in order not to push the baby out too rapidly, with consequent tearing of her tissue. She should keep her knees up and legs separated, so that the person helping her can get at the baby more easily. Moment of birth. The person helping the mother should always let the baby be born by itself. No attempt should be made to pull the baby out in any way. Usually the baby's head appears first, the top of the head presenting and the face downward. Infrequently the baby will be born in a different position, sometimes buttocks first, occasionally foot or arm first. In these infrequent situations, patience without interference in the birth process is most important. The natural process of delivery, although sometimes slower, will give the child and the mother the best chance of a safe and successful birth. The baby does not need to be born in a hurry, but usually about a minute after the head appears, the mother will have another bearing down feeling and push the shoulders and the rest of the baby out. As the baby is being expelled, the person helping the mother should support the baby on her hands and arms so that the baby will avoid contact with any blood or waste material on the bed. If there is still a membrane from the water sac over the baby's head and face at delivery, it should immediately be taken between the fingers and torn, so that the water inside will run out and the baby can breathe. If, as sometimes happens, the cord, which attaches the child from its navel to the placenta in the mother's womb, should be wrapped around the baby's neck when his head and neck appear, try to slip it quickly over his head so that he will not strangle. After the baby is born, wrap a fold of towel around his ankles to prevent slipping and hold him up by the heels with one hand, taking care that the cord is slack. To get a good safe grip, insert one finger between the baby's ankles. Do not swing or spank the baby. Hold him over the bed so that he cannot fall far if he should slip from your grasp. The baby's body will be very slippery. Place your other hand under the baby's forehead and bend its head back slightly so that the fluid and mucus can run out of its mouth. When the baby begins to cry, lay him on his side on the bed close enough to the mother to keep the cord slack. The baby will usually cry within the first minute. If he does not cry or breathe within 2 or 3 minutes, use mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration. Very little force should be used in blowing air into the baby's mouth. A short puff of breath about every 5 seconds is enough. As soon as the baby starts to breathe or cry, Mouth-to-mouth breathing should be stopped. Cutting the cord. There should be no hurry to cut the cord. Take as much time as necessary to prepare the ties and sharp instruments. You will need 2 pieces of sterile white cotton tape, or 2 pieces of 1-inch wide sterile gauze bandage about 9 inches long to use to tie the cord. If you do not have sterile material for tying the cord, but do have facilities for boiling water, strips of sheeting, boiled for 15 to 20 minutes to make them sterile, can be used. Tie the umbilical cord with the sterile tape in 2 places, one about 4 inches from the baby and the other 2 inches farther along the cord toward the mother, making 2 or more simple knots in each place. Cut the cord between these 2 ties with a clean, sharp instrument such as a knife, razor blade, or scissors. A sterile dressing about 4 inches square should be placed over the cut end of the cord at the baby's navel, and should be held in place by wrapping a belly band or folded diaper around the baby. If a sterile dressing is not available, no dressing or belly band should be used. Regardless of whether a dressing is applied or not, no powder, solution, or disinfectant of any kind should be put on the cord or navel. If the afterbirth has not yet been expelled, cover the end of the umbilical cord attached to it, and now protruding from the vagina, with a sterile dressing, and tie it in place. Illustration. Cut between the square knot by bringing the left tape over right tape for first loop and right tape over left for second loop. Tighten each loop firmly as tied. Use scissors or a razor blade to cut cord. Third stage of labor. Usually a few minutes after the baby is born, although sometimes an hour or more will elapse, the mother will feel a brief return of the labor pains which had ceased with the birth. These are due to contractions of the uterus as it seeks to expel the afterbirth. Do not pull on the cord to hurry this process. Some bleeding is to be expected at this stage. If there is a lot of bleeding before the afterbirth is expelled, the attendant should gently massage the mother's abdomen just above the navel. This will help the uterus to tighten, help the afterbirth come out, and reduce bleeding. It may be desirable to put the baby almost immediately to the mother's breast for a minute or 2 on each side, even though the mother will have no milk as yet. This helps the uterus contract and reduces the bleeding. Someone should stand by the mother and occasionally massage her abdomen gently for about an hour after the afterbirth is expelled. After that, the mother should feel the rounded surface of the uterus through the abdomen and squeeze firmly but gently with her fingers. The bedding should be cleansed and the mother sponged. Washing and wiping of the vaginal area should always be done from the front to the back in order to avoid contamination. A sanitary napkin should be applied. Keep the mother warm within blankets. She may have a slight chill. Give her a warm, not hot, drink of sweetened tea, milk, or bouillon. Wipe her hands and face with a damp towel. She may drop off to sleep. The mother's diet after delivery may include any available foods she wishes. She may eat or drink as soon as she wants to, and she should be encouraged to drink plenty of fluids, especially milk. Canned milk can be used and made more palatable by diluting with equal parts of water and adding sugar, eggs, chocolate, or other flavoring. For the first 24 or 48 hours after delivery, the mother will continue to have some cramping pains in the lower abdomen, which may cause a great deal of discomfort. Aspirin may help relieve these after pains. She should empty her bladder every few hours for 2 days following the birth. If her bowels do not move within 3 days after delivery, she should be given an enema. Miscarriage. If a pregnant woman shows evidence of bleeding, she should restrict her activities and rest in bed in an effort to prevent possible loss of the baby. If a miscarriage does occur, keep the patient flat with the foot of the bed elevated from 12 to 18 inches to retard vaginal bleeding. Keep her warm and quiet and give her fluids. Expectant Mother's Emergency Childbirth Kit. The public health and civil defense agencies of one state have planned a 1.5 pound emergency childbirth kit made up of basic supplies that can be carried in a 1 yard square receiving blanket. The kit consists of the following: 1 yard square of outing flannel, hemmed, receiving blanket. Plastic, polyethylene flexible film, for outer wrapping of the kit if desired. Do not wrap the baby in this plastic film. 1 or 2 diapers. 4 sanitary napkins wrapped. Adhesive tape identification strips for mother and baby. Short pencil. Soap. Sterile package containing small pair of blunt end scissors, cheapest scissors will do, or a safety razor blade with a guard on one side. 4 pieces of white cotton tape, 1/2 inch wide and 9 inches long. 4 cotton balls. Roll of 3-inch gauze bandage. 6 4-inch squares of gauze. 2 or more safety pins. Footnote: You will actually use only 2 tapes for tying the umbilical cord. The 2 extras are included as a safeguard in case 1 or 2 should be dropped or soiled. Extra 4-inch squares of gauze also are included. End footnote. Instructions such as those contained in this chapter also should be considered a part of the emergency childbirth kit. To make the kit ready to carry, lay the plastic, if used, flat out, and lay receiving blanket flat out on top of the plastic. Place the diapers, sterile package, soap, sanitary napkins, identification tapes, pencil, and instructions in the center. Pull 2 opposite corners of the receiving blanket and plastic together, and tie. Do the same with the other opposite corners, pulling each side together well so that nothing will fall out. Then tightly knot the loose ends together in the same way, leaving an opening so that the kit can be slipped over the arm for carrying the kit while leaving the hands free. Such an emergency delivery kit will weigh about 1½ pounds. The contents suggested are basic essentials only, for extreme emergency. Much more could be added, but the extra weight might mean leaving behind some other items needed for survival. Additional supplies could be stored in your home shelter to be ready in the event the birth takes place there. In the case there is no need for an emergency delivery, either in the home, shelter, or in some evacuation situation, the supplies in the kit can be used in home care of the baby. Identification tapes. In emergency situations, identification will be particularly important, especially if the birth should take place in a group shelter rather than a family shelter, or in an evacuation situation. 2 wide strips of adhesive tape will be needed, one long enough to go around the mother's wrist and the other long enough to go around the baby's ankle. Information should be written on these strips as shown below. Illustration: For mother, write parents' names, blood types, and mother's RH factor, street address, and whether it is a first or later child. For baby, write date and hour of birth and parents' names and address. End of Emergency Childbirth, a reference guide for students of the Medical Self-Help Training Course, Lesson Number 11, by U.S. Department of Defense and U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare.
Feeding the Mind by Lewis Carroll. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Feeding the Mind. Breakfast, dinner, tea. In extreme cases, breakfast, luncheon, dinner, tea, supper, and a glass of something hot at bedtime. What care we take about feeding the lucky body! Which of us does as much for his mind? And what causes the difference? Is the body so much the more important of the two? By no means. But life depends on the body being fed, whereas we can continue to exist as animals, scarcely as men, though the mind be utterly starved and neglected. Therefore nature provides that, in case of serious neglect of the body, such terrible consequences of discomfort and pain shall ensue as will soon bring us back to a sense of our duty. And some of the functions necessary to life she does for us altogether, leaving us no choice in the matter. It would fare but ill with many of us if we were left to superintend our own digestion and circulation. Bless me, one would cry, I forgot to wind up my hat this morning. To think that it has been standing still for the last 3 hours." "I can't walk with you this afternoon," a friend would say, "as I have no less than 11 dinners to digest. I had to let them stand over from last week, being so busy, and my doctor says he will not answer for the consequences if I wait any longer." Well, it is, I say, for us that the consequences of neglecting the body can be clearly seen and felt, and it might be well for some if the mind were equally visible and tangible. If we could take it, say, to the doctor, and have its pulse felt. "Why, what have you been doing with this mind lately? How have you fed it? It looks pale, and the pulse is very slow." "Well, doctor, it has not had much regular food lately. I gave it a lot of sugar plums yesterday." "Sugar plums? What kind?" "Well, they were a parcel of conundrums, sir." "Oh, I thought so. Now just mind this: if you go on playing tricks like that, you'll spoil all its teeth, and get laid up with mental indigestion. You must have nothing but the plainest reading for the next few days. Take care now. No novels on any account." Considering the amount of painful experience many of us have had in feeding and dosing the body, it would, I think, be quite worth our while to try and translate some of the rules into corresponding ones for the mind. First, then, we should set ourselves to provide for our mind its proper kind of food. We very soon learn what will and what will not agree with the body, and find little difficulty in refusing a piece of the tempting pudding or pie which is associated in our memory with that terrible attack of indigestion, and whose very name irresistibly recalls rhubarb and magnesia. But it takes a great many lessons to convince us how indigestible some of our favourite lines of reading are, and again we make a meal of the unwholesome novel, sure to be followed by its usual train of low spirits, unwillingness to work, weariness of existence, in fact, by mental nightmare. Then we should be careful to provide this wholesome food in proper amount. Mental gluttony, or over-reading, is a dangerous propensity, tending to weakness of digestive power, and in some cases to loss of appetite. We know that bread is a good and wholesome food, but who would like to try the experiment of eating 2 or 3 loaves at a sitting? I have heard a physician telling his patient, whose complaint was merely gluttony and want of exercise, that the earliest symptom of hypernutrition is a deposition of adipose tissue, and no doubt the fine long words greatly consoled the poor man under his increasing load of fat. I wonder if there is such a thing in nature as a fat mind. I really think I have met with 1 or 2, minds which could not keep up with the slowest trot in conversation, could not jump over a logical fence to save their lives, always got stuck fast in a narrow argument, and, in short, were fit for nothing but to waddle helplessly through the world. Then again, though the food be wholesome and in proper amount, we know that we must not consume too many kinds at once. Take the thirsty a quart of beer, or a quart of cider, or even a quart of cold tea, and he will probably thank you, though not so heartily in the last case. But what think you his feelings would be if you offered him a tray containing a little mug of beer, and a little mug of cider, another of cold tea, one of hot tea, one of coffee, one of cocoa, and corresponding vessels of milk, water, brandy and water, and buttermilk? The sum total might be a quart, but would it be the same thing to the haymaker? Having settled the proper kind, amount, and variety of our mental food, it remains that we should be careful to allow proper intervals between meal and meal, and not swallow the food hastily without mastication, so that it may be thoroughly digested. Both which rules for the body are also applicable at once to the mind. First, as to the intervals, these are as really necessary as they are for the body, with this difference only, that while the body requires 3 or 4 hours rest before it is ready for another meal, the mind will in many cases do with 3 or 4 minutes. I believe that the interval required is much shorter than is generally supposed, and from personal experience I would recommend anyone who has to devote several hours together to one subject of thought to try the effect of such a break, say once an hour, leaving off for 5 minutes only each time, but taking care to throw the mind absolutely out of gear for those 5 minutes, and to turn it entirely to other subjects. It is astonishing what an amount of impetus and elasticity the mind recovers during those short periods of rest. And then, as to the mastication of the food, The mental process answering to this is simply thinking over what we read. This is a very much greater exertion of mind than the mere passive taking in the contents of our author. So much greater an exertion is it that, as Coleridge says, the mind often angrily refuses to put itself to such trouble, so much greater that we are far too apt to neglect it altogether, and go on pouring in fresh food on the top of the undigested masses already lying there, till the unfortunate mind is fairly swamped under the flood. But the greater the exertion, the more valuable, we may be sure, is the effect. 1 hour of steady thinking over a subject — a solitary walk is as good an opportunity for the process as any other — is worth 2 or 3 of reading only. And just consider another effect of this thorough digestion of the books we read. I mean the arranging and ticketing, so to speak, of the subjects in our minds, so that we can readily refer to them when we want them. Sam Slick tells us that he has learned several languages in his life, but somehow couldn't keep the parcels sorted in his mind. And many a mind that hurries through book after book without waiting to digest or arrange anything gets into that sort of condition, and the unfortunate owner finds himself far from fit really to support the character all his friends give him. A thoroughly well-read man. Just you try him in any subject now. You can't puzzle him. You turn to the thoroughly well-read man. You ask him a question, say in English history. He is understood to have just finished reading Macaulay. He smiles good-naturedly, tries to look as if he knew all about it, and proceeds to dive into his mind for the answer. Up comes a handful of very promising facts, but on examination they turn out to belong to the wrong century, and are pitched in again. A second haul brings up a fact much more like the real thing, but unfortunately along with it comes a tangle of other things. A fact in political economy, a rule in arithmetic, the ages of his brother's children, and a stanza of Gray's elegy. And among all this, the fact he wants has got hopelessly twisted up and entangled. Meanwhile, everyone is waiting for his reply, and as the silence is getting more and more awkward, our well-read friend has to stammer out some half-answer at last, not nearly so clear or so satisfactory as an ordinary schoolboy would have given, and all this for want of making up his knowledge into proper bundles and ticketing them. Do you know the unfortunate victim of ill-judged mental feeding when you see him? Can you doubt him? Look at him drearily wandering round a reading-room, tasting dish after dish — we beg his pardon, book after book — keeping to none. First, a mouthful of novel. But no, faugh! He has had nothing but that to eat for the last week, and is quite tired of the taste. Then a slice of science. But you know at once what the result of that will be. Oh, of course, much too tough for his teeth. And so on through the whole weary round, which he tried and failed in yesterday, and will probably try and fail in to-morrow. Mr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, in his very amusing book, The Professor at the Breakfast Table, gives the following rule for knowing whether a human being is young or old. The crucial experiment is this: offer a bulky bun to the suspected individual just 10 minutes before dinner. If this is easily accepted and devoured, the fact of youth is established. He tells us that a human being, if young, will eat anything at any hour of the day or night. To ascertain the healthiness of the mental appetite of a human animal, place in its hands a short, well-written, but not exciting treatise on some popular subject, a mental bun, in fact. If it is read with eager interest and perfect attention, and if the reader can answer questions on the subject afterwards, the mind is in first-rate working order. If it be politely laid down again, or perhaps lounged over for a few minutes, and then, "I can't read this stupid book. Would you hand me the second volume of The Mysterious Murder?" you may be equally sure that there is something wrong in the mental digestion. If this paper has given you any useful hints on the important subject of reading, and made you see that it is one's duty no less than one's interest to read, mark, learn, and inwardly digest the good books that fall in your way, its purpose will be fulfilled. End of Feeding the Mind, by Lewis Carroll.
General Buller's Defense. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report from the Poverty Bay Herald, Volume 28, Issue 9301, 14th of November, 1901, page 1. General Buller's Defence. Surrender Message to Ladysmith. A Remarkable Statement. London, October 12th. General Sir Rivers Buller seized the occasion of a volunteer luncheon given yesterday in the Queen's Hall, Westminster, to make a remarkable reply to his critics. Colonel Sir Howard Vincent presided, and the Duke of Norfolk was also present. In opening, Sir Rivers said that he did not think the army had been given fair play, and he condemned the newspapers for their criticism of men who were doing their best and risking their lives in their best efforts, and the result of that was to a great extent the continuance of the war. He instanced the case of General Gough, who had fought with great bravery through 2 long years, and had been condemned without having a hearing. The speaker knew the country where General Gough was ambuscaded, and 22 years ago he himself had refused to take a convoy through it without 500 men. Gough was ambuscaded because he was chasing Boers. What should he have done but chased Boers? In my opinion, every single man who risks men and loses men now, so long as he kills one Boer, ought to be praised by the press and not abused. The sort of criticism the press indulges in now is not fair, and it is not decent, and it is not calculated to finish the war. I have received hundreds of letters all in this strain, asking me if I can do something to help to remove the funk officers at the front are in of being found fault with if they lose a man. That is why I speak. Don't find fault. There are men out there, gallant men, good Englishmen, Irishmen, and Scotchmen, who will fight if you will let them, but if, when they have fought and done their best, you find fault with them, then they will become discouraged. Hear, hear. He himself had been attacked, he continued. He did not care for that. He thought only of his friends. General Buller then related a curious story of a man whom he described as an international detective calling on him at Aldershot and strongly advising him to give up the Aldershot command because there were men who were determined to get him out of the way. General Buller said he replied that he was a fighting man, and what he had been told would only make him the more resolute to remain. A fortnight ago, he continued, a few London papers came out on the same day with a bitter attack upon him. It might have been accidental, it was certainly a coincidence. The Times, for instance, said I am not fitted to be in command of the First Army Corps. Well, I assert that there is nobody at this time in England junior to me who is as fit as I am. I challenge the Times to say who is the man they have in their eye more fit than I am. The Surrender Telegram. He had also been attacked on account of a telegram he was said to have sent to Sir George White, ordering him to give up Ladysmith and to destroy all papers. He wrote many telegrams, and he perhaps wrote one telegram which might admit partially of that description. He could not disclose all the telegrams he had written because they concerned others. With the particular telegram referred to he stood absolutely alone, and therefore he had not the least objection to giving the facts. I attacked Colenso on December the 15th. I was unsuccessful. It was a very trying day. I was at work 36 hours and in the saddle 14 hours. It was the hottest day of the whole year, and I had rank bad luck. I still believe and hope to show that if I had not had bad luck I should have managed to get in, but that is another story. I attacked Colenso and failed, and having failed I had to consider not myself but the people in front of me, the garrison in Ladysmith. My appreciation of the situation was this: there was a very good man holding Ladysmith. I did not know him well, but I did know that there was not another man in the British Army I would sooner have selected to hold a beleaguered garrison. Horse sickness was almost certain to come very shortly in the Tugela Valley. I knew that enteric fever was epidemic at the time of the year, and I knew, or thought I knew, that the Boers were putting dead horses in the water which the garrison of Ladysmith were obliged to drink. I was in great fear that whatever other misfortune happened to the garrison, they would have immense trouble with the sick, and great suffering with those of their garrison who were sick. The whole of the staff were shut up in Ladysmith. I thought I knew that I had official information in writing that the garrison could not be fed beyond the end of the year. I was wrong, as I have found out since. At that time I thought that, and believed it. It was then the 15th of December. The end of the year was 16 days off. The message I had to send to Sir George White was that I had made the attack, that I had failed, and that I could not possibly make another attempt for a month. And then I was certain I could only do it by slow fighting and not by rushing. That was the message I had to send, so I wrote a telegram out and looked at it 2 or 3 times. A mean thing. I said to myself, it is a mean thing to send a telegram like that. White is a gallant fellow. He will sit still to the end. But I was in command. Whatever responsibility there was mine. I thought again, ought I not to give White some help, some assistance, and some lead, something which, if it comes to the last absolute moment, will enable him to say, well, after all, I have Sir Reeves Buller's, as my commander's, opinion in favour of this. Therefore I spatchcocked into the middle of the telegram a sentence in which I suggested that it would be necessary to abandon, to surrender, the garrison, what he would do when he surrendered, and how he should do it. I put it after one question he had to answer, and followed it with another question. I did not like to suggest to a man I believed to be a brave man and a good soldier, I did not like to suggest that he should do this or that or the other thing, but I stuck that into the thing simply because if he ever had to give up, it might be some sort of cover to a man whom I thought in much greater difficulty than I was myself. That was the telegram. Now I challenge the Times fairly to put forward their scribe reformer, to bring him down into the ring. Let us know who he is, by what right he writes, what his name is, and what legal authority he has. Let him publish this telegram. I know where it is, I believe. It is in the hands of the editor of a magazine who some years ago made himself remarkable, notorious, not, I should think, popular, by raking over the garbage of a 50-year-old story and dishing it up hot, and insulting an old and valuable public servant. That is where it is. It must have been stolen, because it was a cipher telegram addressed to Sir George White, and perfectly secret. I challenge them to produce it, and say how they got it, and when they do that I will publish a certified copy of the telegram I sent, and the public shall judge me. I am quite ready to be judged. Let it be understood that I make that challenge as a whole. It hurts no one else but me. I make this statement to save my friends. I have not been drawn as regards myself, but I want to keep my own people out of the newspapers. End of General Buller's defence. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Life Without Principle by Henry David Thoreau. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At a lyceum, not long since, I felt that the lecturer had chosen a theme too foreign to himself, and so failed to interest me as much as he might have done. He described things not in or near to his heart, but toward his extremities and superficies. There was, in this sense, no truly central or centralizing thought in the lecture. I would have had him deal with his privatist experience as the poet does. The greatest compliment that was ever paid me was when one asked me what I thought, and attended to my answer. I am surprised, as well as delighted, when this happens. It is such a rare use he would make of me, as if he were acquainted with the tool. Commonly, if men want anything of me, it is only to know how many acres I make of their land, since I am a surveyor, or at most what trivial news I have burdened myself with. They never will go to law for my meat. They prefer the shell. A man once came a considerable distance to ask me to lecture on slavery, but on conversing with him, I found that he and his clique expected 7/8 of the lecture to be theirs, and only 1/8 mine. So I declined. I take it for granted, when I am invited to lecture anywhere, for I have had a little experience in that business, that there is a desire to hear what I think on some subject, though I may be the greatest fool in the country, and not that I should say pleasant things merely, or such as the audience will assent to, and I resolve, accordingly, that I will give them a strong dose of myself. They have sent for me, and engaged to pay for me, and I am determined that they shall have me, though I bore them beyond all precedent. So now I would say something similar to you, my readers. Since you are my readers, and I have not been much of a traveler, I will not talk about people 1,000 miles off, but come as near home as I can. As the time is short, I will leave out all the flattery and retain all the criticism. Let us consider the way in which we spend our lives. This world is a place of business. What an infinite bustle! I am awakened almost every night by the panting of the locomotive. It interrupts my dreams. There is no Sabbath. It would be glorious to see mankind at leisure for once. It is nothing but work, work, work. I cannot easily buy a blank book to write thoughts in. They are commonly ruled for dollars and cents. An Irishman, seeing me making a minute in the fields, took it for granted that I was calculating my wages. If a man was tossed out of a window when an infant, and so made a cripple for life, or scared out of his wits by the Indians, it is regretted chiefly because he was thus incapacitated for business. I think that there is nothing, not even crime, more opposed to poetry, to philosophy, aye, to life itself, than this incessant business. There is a coarse and boisterous money-making fellow in the outskirts of our town, who is going to build a bank wall under the hill along the edge of his meadow. The powers have put this into his head to keep him out of mischief, and he wishes me to spend 3 weeks digging there with him. The result will be that he will perhaps get some more money to hoard, and leave for his heirs to spend foolishly. If I do this, most will commend me as an industrious and hard-working man. But if I choose to devote myself to certain labors which yield more real profit, though but little money, they may be inclined to look on me as an idler. Nevertheless, as I do not need the police of meaningless labor to regulate me, and do not see anything absolutely praiseworthy in this fellow's undertaking, any more than in many an enterprise of our own or foreign governments, however amusing it may be to him or them, I prefer to finish my education at a different school. If a man walk in the woods, for love of them, half of each day, he is in danger of being regarded as a loafer. But if he spends his whole day as a speculator, shearing off those woods, and making earth bald before her time, he is esteemed an industrious and enterprising citizen. As if a town had no interest in its forests but to cut them down! Most men would feel insulted if it were proposed to employ them in throwing stones over a wall, and then in throwing them back, merely that they might earn their wages. But many are no more worthily employed now. For instance, just after sunrise one summer morning, I noticed one of my neighbors walking beside his team, which was slowly drawing a heavy hewn stone swung under the axle, surrounded by an atmosphere of industry. His day's work begun. His brow commenced to sweat, a reproach to all sluggards and idlers. Pausing abreast the shoulders of his oxen and half turning round with a flourish of his merciful whip while they gained their length on him. And I thought, such is the labor which the American Congress exists to protect. Honest, manly toil. Honest as the day is long, that makes his bread taste sweet and keeps society sweet, which all men respect and have consecrated. One of the sacred band, doing the needful but irksome drudgery. Indeed, I felt a slight reproach, because I observed this from the window, and was not abroad and stirring about a similar business. The day went by, and at evening I passed the yard of another neighbor, who keeps many servants, and spends much money foolishly, while he adds nothing to the common stock. And there I saw the stone of the morning lying beside a whimsical structure intended to adorn this Lord Timothy Dexter's premises, and the dignity forthwith departed from the teamster's labor, in my eyes. In my opinion, the sun was made to light worthier toil than this. I may add that his employer has since run off, in debt to a good part of the town, and after passing through Chancery has settled somewhere else, there to become once more a patron of the arts. The ways by which you may get money, almost without exception, lead downward. To have done anything by which you earned money merely is to have been truly idle, or worse. If the laborer gets no more than the wages which his employer pays him, he is cheated, he cheats himself. If you would get money as a writer or lecturer, you must be popular, which is to go down perpendicularly. Those services which the community will most readily pay for, it is most disagreeable to render. You are paid for being something less than a man. The state does not commonly reward a genius any more wisely. Even the poet laureate would rather not have to celebrate the accidents of royalty. He must be bribed with a pipe of wine, and perhaps another poet is called away from his muse to gauge that very pipe. As for my own business, even that kind of surveying which I could do with most satisfaction, my employers do not want. They would prefer that I should do my work coarsely, and not too well. Aye, not well enough. When I observe that there are different ways of surveying, my employer commonly asks which will give him the most land, not which is most correct. I once invented a rule for measuring cordwood, and tried to introduce it in Boston, but the measurer there told me that the sellers did not wish to have their wood measured correctly, that he was already too accurate for them, and therefore they commonly got their wood measured in Charleston before crossing the bridge. The aim of the laborer should be, not to get his living, to get a good job, but to perform well a certain work, and even in a pecuniary sense, it would be economy for a town to pay its laborers so well that they would not feel that they were working for low ends, as for a livelihood merely, but for scientific or even moral ends. Do not hire a man who does your work for money, but him who does it for the love of it. It is remarkable that there are few men so well employed, so much to their minds, but that a little money or fame would commonly buy them off from their present pursuit. I see advertisements for active young men, as if activity were the whole of a young man's capital. Yet I have been surprised when one has with confidence proposed to me, a grown man, to embark in some enterprise of his, as if I had absolutely nothing to do, my life having been a complete failure hitherto. What a doubtful compliment this is to pay me, as if he had met me halfway across the ocean, beating up against the wind but bound nowhere, and proposed to me to go along with him. If I did, what do you think the underwriters would say? No, no, I am not without employment at this stage of the voyage. To tell the truth, I saw an advertisement for able-bodied seamen when I was a boy, sauntering in my native port, and as soon as I came of age, I embarked. The community has no bribe that will tempt a wise man. You may raise money enough to tunnel a mountain, but you cannot raise money enough to hire a man who is minding his own business. An efficient and valuable man does what he can, whether the community pay him for it or not. The inefficient offer their inefficiency to the highest bidder, and are forever expecting to be put into office. One would suppose that they were rarely disappointed. Perhaps I am more than usually jealous with respect to my freedom. I feel that my connection with and obligation to society are still very slight and transient. Those slight labors which afford me a livelihood, and by which it is allowed that I am to some extent serviceable to my contemporaries, are as yet commonly a pleasure to me, and I am not often reminded that they are a necessity. So far I am successful. But I foresee that, if my wants should be much increased, the labor required to supply them would become a drudgery. If I should sell both my forenoons and afternoons to society, as most appear to do, I am sure that, for me, there would be nothing left worth living for. I trust that I shall never thus sell my birthright for a mess of pottage. I wish to suggest that a man may be very industrious, and yet not spend his time well. There is no more fatal blunderer than he who consumes the greater part of his life getting his living. All great enterprises are self-supporting. The poet, for instance, must sustain his body by his poetry, as a steam planing mill feeds its boilers with the shavings it makes. You must get your living by loving. But, as it is said of the merchants that 97 in 100 fail, so the life of men generally, tried by this standard, is a failure, and bankruptcy may be surely prophesied. Merely to come into the world the heir of a fortune is not to be born, but to be stillborn, rather. To be supported by the charity of friends or a government pension, provided you continue to breathe, by whatever fine synonyms you describe these relations, is to go into the almshouse. On Sundays the poor debtor goes to church to take an account of stock, and finds, of course, that his outgoes have been greater than his income. In the Catholic Church especially, they go into chancery, make a clean confession, give up all, and think to start again. Thus men will lie on their backs, talking about the fall of man, and never make an effort to get up. As for the comparative demand which men make on life, it is an important difference between two, that the one is satisfied with a level of success, that his marks can all be hit by point-blank shots, but the other, however low and unsuccessful his life may be, constantly elevates his aim, though at a very slight angle to the horizon. I should much rather be the last man, though, as the Orientals say, greatness doth not approach him who is forever looking down, and all those who are looking high are growing poor. It is remarkable that there is little or nothing to be remembered written on the subject of getting a living, how to make getting a living not merely honest and honorable, but altogether inviting and glorious, for if getting a living is not so, then living is not. One would think, from looking at literature, that this question had never disturbed a solitary individual's musings. Is it that men are too much disgusted with their experience to speak of it? The lesson of value which money teaches, which the author of the universe has taken so much pains to teach us, we are inclined to skip altogether. As for the means of living, it is wonderful how indifferent men of all classes are to it. Even reformers, so called, whether they inherit or earn or steal it. I think that society has done nothing for us in this respect, or at least has undone what she has done. Cold and hunger seem more friendly to my nature than those methods which men have adopted and advise to ward them off. The title wise is for the most part falsely applied. How can one be a wise man if he does not know any better how to live than other men? If he is only more cunning and intellectually subtle? Does wisdom work in a treadmill, or does she teach how to succeed by her example? Is there any such thing as wisdom not applied to life? Is she merely the miller who grinds the finest logic? Is it pertinent to ask if Plato got his living in a better way or more successfully than his contemporaries? Or did he succumb to the difficulties of life like other men? Did he seem to prevail over some of them merely by indifference or by assuming grand airs? Or find it easier to live because his aunt remembered him in her will? The ways in which most men get their living, that is, live, are mere makeshifts, and a shirking of the real business of life, chiefly because they do not know, but partly because they do not mean any better. The rush to California, for instance, and the attitude not merely of merchants, but of philosophers and prophets, so-called, in relation to it, reflect the greatest disgrace on mankind. That so many are ready to live by luck, and so get the means of commanding the labor of others less lucky, without contributing any value to society. And that is called enterprise. I know of no more startling development of the immorality of trade and all the common modes of getting a living. The philosophy and poetry and religion of such a mankind are not worth the dust of a puffball. The hog that gets his living by rooting, stirring up the soil so, would be ashamed of such company. If I could command the wealth of all the worlds by lifting my finger, I would not pay such a price for it. Even Mahomet knew that God did not make this world in jest. It makes God to be a moneyed gentleman who scatters a handful of pennies in order to see mankind scramble for them. The world's raffle, a subsistence in the domains of nature, a thing to be raffled for. What a comment, what a satire on our institutions! The conclusion will be that mankind will hang itself upon a tree. And have all the precepts in all the Bibles taught men only this? And is the last and most admirable invention of the human race only an improved muckrake? Is this the ground on which Orientals and Occidentals meet? Did God direct us so to get our living, digging where we never planted, and he would, perchance, reward us with lumps of gold? God gave the righteous man a certificate entitling him to food and raiment, but the unrighteous man found a facsimile of the same in God's coffers, and appropriated it, and obtained food and raiment like the former. It is one of the most extensive systems of counterfeiting that the world has seen. I did not know that mankind were suffering for want of gold. I have seen a little of it. I know that it is very malleable, but not so malleable as wit. A grain of gold will gild a great surface, but not so much as a grain of wisdom. The gold digger in the ravines of the mountains is as much a gambler as his fellow in the saloons of San Francisco. What difference does it make whether you shake dirt or shake dice? If you win, society is the loser. The gold digger is the enemy of the honest laborer, whatever checks and compensations there may be. It is not enough to tell me that you worked hard to get your gold. So does the devil work hard. The way of transgressors may be hard in many respects. The humblest observer who goes to the mines sees and says that gold digging is the character of a lottery. The gold thus obtained is not the same thing with the wages of honest toil. but practically he forgets what he has seen, for he has seen only the fact, not the principle, and goes into trade there, that is, buys a ticket in what commonly proves another lottery, where the fact is not so obvious. After reading Howitt's account of the Australian gold diggings one evening, I had in my mind's eye all night the numerous valleys with their streams, all cut up with foul pits from 10 to 100 feet deep, and half a dozen feet across, as close as they can be dug and partly filled with water, the locality to which men furiously rush to probe for their fortunes, uncertain where they shall break ground, not knowing but the gold is under their camp itself, sometimes digging 160 feet before they strike the vein, or then missing it by a foot, turned into demons, and regardless of each other's rights, in their thirst for riches, whole valleys for 30 miles suddenly honeycombed by the pits of the miners, so that even hundreds are drowned in them, standing in water and covered with mud and clay. They work night and day, dying of exposure and disease. Having read this and partly forgotten it, I was thinking accidentally of my own unsatisfactory life, doing as others do, and with that vision of the diggings still before me, I asked myself why I might not be washing some gold daily, though it were only the finest particles, why I might not sink a shaft down to the gold within me, and work that mine. There is a Ballarat, a Bendigo for you. What though it were a sulky gully? At any rate, I might pursue some path, however solitary and narrow and crooked, in which I could walk with love and reverence. Wherever a man separates from the multitude, and goes his own way in this mood, there indeed is a fork in the road, though ordinary travellers may see only a gap in the paling. His solitary path across lots will turn out the higher way of the two. Men rush to California and Australia as if the true gold were to be found in that direction, but that is to go to the very opposite extreme to where it lies. They go prospecting farther and farther away from the true lead, and are most unfortunate when they think themselves most successful. Is not our native soil auriferous? Does not a stream from the golden mountains flow through our native valley? And has not this for more than geologic ages been bringing down the shining particles and forming the nuggets for us? Yet, strange to tell, if a digger steal away, prospecting for this true gold, into the unexplored solitudes around us, there is no danger that any will dog his steps and endeavor to supplant him. He may claim and undermine the whole valley even, both the cultivated and the uncultivated portions, his whole life long in peace, for no one will ever dispute his claim. They will not mind his cradles or his toms. He is not confined to a claim 12 feet square, as at Ballarat, but may mine anywhere, and wash the whole wide world in his tom. Howitt says of the man who found the great nugget which weighed 28 pounds at the Bendigo diggings in Australia, he soon began to drink, got a horse, and rode all about, generally at full gallop, and when he met people, called out to inquire if they knew who he was, and then kindly informed them that he was the bloody wretch that had found the nugget. At last he rode full speed against a tree and nearly knocked his brains out. I think, however, there was no danger of that, for he had already knocked his brains out against the nugget. Howitt adds, he is a hopelessly ruined man, but he is a type of the class. They are all fast men. Here are some of the names of the places where they dig: Jackass Flat, Sheep's Head Gully, Murderer's Bar, etc. Is there no satire in these names? Let them carry their ill-gotten wealth where they will. I'm thinking it will still be Jackass Flat if not murderers' bar, where they live. The last resource of our energy has been the robbing of graveyards on the Isthmus of Darien, an enterprise which appears to be but in its infancy. For, according to late accounts, an act has passed its second reading in the legislature of New Granada, regulating this kind of mining. And a correspondent of the Tribune writes, "In the dry season, when the weather will permit of the country being properly prospected, no doubt other rich guacas, that is, graveyards, will be found." To immigrants he says, "Do not come before December. Take the Isthmus route in preference to the Boca del Toro one. Bring no useless baggage, and do not cumber yourself with a tent, but a good pair of blankets will be necessary. A pick, a shovel, and axe of good material will be almost all that is required." Advice which might have been taken from the Burker's Guide. And he concludes with this line in italics and small capitals: "If you are doing well at home, stay there," which may fairly be interpreted to mean, if you are getting a good living by robbing graveyards at home, stay there. But why go to California for a text? She is the child of New England, bred at her own school and church. It is remarkable that among all the preachers there are so few moral teachers. The prophets are employed in excusing the ways of men. Most reverend seniors, the Illuminati of the age, tell me with a gracious reminiscent smile, betwixt an aspiration and a shudder, not to be too tender about these things, to lump all that is, make a lump of gold of it. The highest advice I have heard on these subjects was grovelling. The burden of it was, "It is not worth your while to undertake to reform the world in this particular. Do not ask how your bread is buttered. It will make you sick if you do," and the like. A man had better starve at once than lose his innocence in the process of getting his bread. If within the sophisticated man there is not an unsophisticated one, then he is but one of the devil's angels. As we grow old, we live more coarsely, we relax a little in our disciplines, and to some extent cease to obey our finest instincts. But we should be fastidious to the extreme of sanity, disregarding the gibes of those who are more unfortunate than ourselves. In our science and philosophy even, there is commonly no true and absolute account of things. The spirit of sect and bigotry has planted its hoof amid the stars. You have only to discuss the problem, whether the stars are inhabited or not, in order to discover it. Why must we daub the heavens as well as the earth? It was an unfortunate discovery that Dr. Kane was a Mason, and that Sir John Franklin was another. But it was a more cruel suggestion that possibly that was the reason why the former went in search of the latter. There is not a popular magazine in this country that would dare to print a child's thought on important subjects without comment. It must be submitted to the D.D.s. I would it were the chickadees. You come from attending the funeral of mankind to attend to a natural phenomenon. A little thought is sexton to all the world. I hardly know an intellectual man, even, who is so broadly and truly liberal that you can think aloud in his society. Most with whom you endeavor to talk soon come to stand against some institution in which they appear to hold stock, that is, some particular, not universal, way of viewing things. They will continually thrust their own low roof, with its narrow skylight, between you and the sky, when it is the unobstructed heavens you would view. Get out of the way with your cobwebs, wash your windows, I say. In some lyceums they tell me that they have voted to exclude the subject of religion. But how do I know what their religion is, and when I am near to or far from it? I have walked into such an arena and done my best to make a clean breast of what religion I have experienced, and the audience never suspected what I was about. The lecture was as harmless as moonshine to them, whereas if I had read to them the biography of the greatest scamps in history, they might have thought that I had written the lives of the deacons of their church. Ordinarily, the inquiry is, "Where did you come from?" or "Where are you going?" That was a more pertinent question which I overheard one of my auditors put to another once. "What does he lecture for?" It made me quake in my shoes. To speak impartially, the best men that I know are not serene, a world in themselves, for in the most part they dwell in forms, and flatter and study effect only more finely than the rest. We select granite for the underpinning of our houses and barns. We build fences of stone, but we do not ourselves rest on an underpinning of granitic truth, the lowest primitive rock. Our sills are rotten. What stuff is the man made of who is not coexistent in our thought with the purest and subtlest truth? I often accuse my finest acquaintances of an immense frivolity, for while there are manners and compliments we do not meet, we do not teach one another the lessons of honesty and sincerity that the brutes do, or of steadiness and solidity that the rocks do. The fault is commonly mutual, however, for we do not habitually demand any more of each other. That excitement about Kossuth, consider how characteristic but superficial it was. Only another kind of politics or dancing. Men were making speeches to him all over the country, but each expressed only the thought, or want of thought, of the multitude. No man stood on truth. They were merely banded together, as usual, leaning on another, and altogether on nothing. As the Hindus made the world rest on an elephant, the elephant on a tortoise, and the tortoise on a serpent, and had nothing to put under the serpent. For all fruit of that stir we have the Kossuth hat. Just so hollow and ineffectual, for the most part, is our ordinary conversation. Surface meets surface. When our life ceases to be inward and private, conversation degenerates into mere gossip. We rarely meet a man who can tell us any news which he has not read in a newspaper, or been told by his neighbor, and for the most part the only difference between us and our fellow is that he has seen the newspaper, or been out to tea, and we have not. In proportion as our inward life fails, we go more constantly and desperately to the post office. You may depend on it that the poor fellow who walks away with the greatest number of letters, proud of his extensive correspondence, has not heard from himself this long while. I do not know, but it is too much to read one newspaper a week. I have tried it recently, and for so long it seems to me that I have not dwelt in my native region. The sun, the clouds, the snow, the trees, say not so much to me. You cannot serve two masters. It requires more than a day's devotion to know and to possess the wealth of a day. We may well be ashamed to tell what things we have read or heard in our day. I do not know why my news should be so trivial, considering what one's dreams and expectations are, why the developments should be so paltry. The news we hear, for the most part, is not news to our genius. It is the stalest repetition. You are often tempted to ask why such stress is laid on a particular experience which you have had, that after 25 years you should meet Hobbins, Registrar of Deeds, again on the sidewalk. Have you not budged an inch, then? Such is the daily news. Its facts appear to float in the atmosphere, insignificant as the sporules of fungi, and impinge on some neglected thallus or surface of our minds, which affords a basis for them, and hence a parasitic growth. We should wash ourselves clean of such news. Of what consequence, though our planet explode, if there is no character involved in the explosion? In health we have not the least curiosity about such events. We do not live for idle amusement. I would not run round a corner to see the world blow up. All summer, and far into the autumn, perchance, you unconsciously went by the newspapers and the news, and now you find it was because the morning and the evening were full of news to you. Your walks were full of incidents. You attended not to the affairs of Europe, but to your own affairs in Massachusetts fields. If you chance to live and move and have your being in that thin stratum in which the events that make the news transpire, thinner than the paper on which it is printed, then these things will fill the world for you. But if you soar above or dive below that plane, you cannot remember nor be reminded of them. Really to see the sun rise or go down every day, so to relate ourselves to a universal fact, would preserve us sane forever. Nations! What are nations? Tartars and Huns and Chinamen. Like insects they swarm. The historian strives in vain to make them memorable. It is for want of a man that there are so many men. It is individuals that populate the world. Any man thinking may say with the spirit of Loden, I look down from my height on nations, and they become ashes before me. Calm is my dwelling in the clouds. Pleasant are the great fields of my rest. Pray let us live without being drawn by dogs, Eskimo fashion, tearing over hill and dell and biting each other's ears. Not without a slight shudder at the danger, I often perceive how near I had come to admitting into my mind the details of some trivial affair, the news of the street. And I am astonished to observe how willing men are to lumber their minds with such rubbish, to permit idle rumors and incidents of the most insignificant kind to intrude on ground which should be sacred to thought. Shall the mind be a public arena, where the affairs of the street and the gossip of the tea-table chiefly are discussed? Or shall it be a quarter of heaven itself, an hypaethral table, consecrated to the service of the gods? I find it so difficult to dispose of the few facts which to me are significant, that I hesitate to burden my attention with those which are insignificant, which only a divine mind could illustrate. Such is, for the most part, the news in newspapers and conversation. It is important to preserve the mind's chastity in this respect. Think of admitting the details of a single case of the criminal court into our thoughts. To stalk profanely through their very sanctum sanctorum for an hour, aye, for many hours. To make a very bar-room of the mind's inmost apartment, as if for so long the dust of the street had occupied us. The very street itself, with all its travel, its bustle and filth, had passed through our thoughts' shrine. Would it not be an intellectual and moral suicide? When I have been compelled to sit spectator and auditor in a courtroom for some hours, and have seen my neighbors who were not compelled, stealing in from time to time, and tiptoeing about with washed hands and faces, it has appeared to my mind's eye that, when they took off their hats, their ears suddenly expanded into vast hoppers for sound, between which even their narrow heads were crowded. Like the vanes of windmills, they caught the broad but shallow stream of sound, which, after a few titillating gyrations in their coggy brains, passed out the other side. I wondered if, when they got home, they were as careful to wash their ears as before their hands and faces. It has seemed to me at such a time that the auditors and the witnesses, the jury and the counsel, the judge and the criminal at the bar, if I may presume him guilty before he is convicted, were all equally criminal, and a thunderbolt might be expected to descend and consume them all together. By all kinds of traps and signboards, threatening the extreme penalty of the divine law, exclude such trespassers from the only ground which can be sacred to you. It is so hard to forget what it is worse than useless to remember. If I am to be a thoroughfare, I prefer that it be of the mountain brooks, the Parnassian streams, and not the town sewers. There is inspiration, that gossip which comes to the ear of the attentive mind from the courts of heaven. There is the profane and still revelation of the bar-room and the police court. The same ear is fitted to receive both communications, only the character of the hearer determines to which it shall be open, and to which closed. I believe that the mind can be permanently profaned by the habit of attending to trivial things, so that all our thoughts shall be tinged with triviality. Our very intellect shall be macadamized, as it were, its foundation broken into fragments for the wheels of travel to roll over. And if you would know what will make the most durable pavement, surpassing rolled stones, spruce blocks, and asphaltum, you have only to look into some of our minds which have been subjected to this treatment so long. If we have thus desecrated ourselves, as who has not, the remedy will be, by weariness and devotion, to reconsecrate ourselves, and make once more a fane of the mind. We should treat our minds, that is, ourselves, as innocent and ingenuous children, whose guardians we are, and be careful what objects and what subjects we thrust on their attention. Read not the times, read the eternities. Conventionalities are at length as bad as impurities. Even the facts of science may dust the mind by their dryness, unless they are in a sense effaced each morning, or rather rendered fertile by the dews of fresh and living truth. Knowledge does not come to us by details, but in flashes of light from heaven. Yes, every thought that passes through the mind helps to wear and tear it, and to deepen the ruts, which, as in the streets of Pompeii, evince how much it has been used. How many things there are concerning which we might well deliberate, whether we had better know them, had better let their peddling carts be driven, even at the slowest trot or walk, over that bridge of glorious span by which we trust to pass at last from the farthest brink of time to the nearest shore of eternity. Have we no culture, no refinement, but skill only to live coarsely and serve the devil, to acquire a little worldly wealth, or fame, or liberty, and make a false show with it, as if we were all husk and shell, with no tender and living kernel to us? Shall our institutions be like those chestnut burrs which contain abortive nuts, perfect only to prick the fingers? America is said to be the arena on which the battle of freedom is to be fought. But surely it cannot be freedom in a merely political sense that is meant. Even if we grant that the American has freed himself from a political tyrant, he is still the slave of an economical and moral tyrant. Now that the republic, the res publica, has been settled, it is time to look after the res privata, the private state, to see, as the Roman Senate charged its consuls, nequid res privata detrimenti cabere, that the private state receive no detriment. Do we call this the land of the free? What is it to be free from King George and continue the slaves of King Prejudice? What is it to be born free and not to live free? What is the value of any political freedom but as means to moral freedom? Is it a freedom to be slaves, or a freedom to be free, of which we boast? We are a nation of politicians, concerned about the outmost defenses only of freedom. It is our children's children who may perchance be really free. We tax ourselves unjustly. There is a part of us which is not represented. It is taxation without representation. We quarter troops, we quarter fools, and cattle of all sorts upon ourselves. We quarter our gross bodies on our poor souls, till the former eat up all the latter's substance. With respect to a true culture and manhood, we are essentially provincial still, not metropolitan, mere Jonathans. We are provincial because we do not find at home our standards, because we do not worship truth, but the reflection of truth, because we are warped and narrowed by an exclusive devotion to trade and commerce and manufactures and agriculture and the like, which are but means and not the end. So is the English Parliament provincial. Mere country bumpkins, they betray themselves when any more important question arises for them to settle. The Irish question, for instance. The English question, why did I not say? Their natures are subdued to what they work in. Their good breeding respects only secondary objects. The finest manners in the world are awkwardness and fatuity, when contrasted with a finer intelligence. They appear but as the fashions of past days, mere courtliness, knee buckles and small clothes out of date. It is the vice, but not the excellence of manners, that they are continually being deserted by the character. They are cast-off clothes or shells, claiming the respect which belonged to the living creature. You are presented with the shells instead of the meat. And it is no excuse generally that, in the case of some fishes, the shells are of more worth than the meat. The man who thrusts his manners upon me does as if he were to insist on introducing me to his cabinet of curiosities, when I wished to see himself. It was not in this sense that the poet Dekker called Christ the first true gentleman that ever breathed. I repeat that in this sense the most splendid court in Christendom is provincial, having authority to consult about transalpine interests only, and not the affairs of Rome. A praetor or proconsul would suffice to settle the questions which absorb the attention of the English Parliament and the American Congress. Government and legislation, these I thought were respectable professions. We have heard of heaven-born pneumas, Lycurguses and Solons, in the history of the world, whose names, at least, may stand for ideal legislators. But think of legislating to regulate the breeding of slaves or the exportation of tobacco. What have divine legislators to do with the exportation or the importation of tobacco? What humane ones with the breeding of slaves? Suppose you were to submit the question to any son of God, and has he no children in the 19th century? Is it a family which is extinct? In what condition would you get it again? What shall a state like Virginia say for itself at the last day, in which these have been the principal, the staple productions? What ground is there for patriotism in such a state? I derive my facts from statistical tables which the states themselves have published. A commerce that whitens every sea in quest of nuts and raisins, and makes slaves of its sailors for this purpose? I saw the other day a vessel which had been wrecked, and many lives lost, and her cargo of rags, juniper berries, and bitter almonds were strewn along the shore. It seemed hardly worth the while to tempt the dangers of the sea between Leghorn and New York, for the sake of a cargo of juniper berries and bitter almonds. America sending to the Old World for her bitters. Is not the sea brine, is not shipwreck bitter enough to make the cup of life go down here? Yet such, to a great extent, is our boasted commerce, and there are those who style themselves statesmen and philosophers who are so blind as to think that progress and civilization depend on precisely this kind of interchange and activity, the activity of flies about a molasses hogshead. Very well, observes one, if men were oysters. And very well, answer I, if men were mosquitoes. Lieutenant Herndon, whom our government sent to explore the Amazon, and it is said to extend the area of slavery, observed that there was wanting there an industrious and active population, who know what the comforts of life are, and who have artificial wants to draw out the great resources of the country. But what are the artificial wants to be encouraged? Not the love of luxuries like the tobacco and slaves of, I believe, his native Virginia, nor the ice and granite and other material wealth of our native New England, nor are the great resources of a country that fertility or barrenness of soil which produces these. The chief want in every state that I have been into was a high and earnest purpose in its inhabitants. This alone draws out the great resources of nature, and at last taxes her beyond her resources, for man naturally dies out of her. When we want culture more than potatoes, and illumination more than sugar plums, then the great resources of a world are taxed and drawn out, and the result, or staple production, is not slaves nor operatives, but men, those rare fruits called heroes, saints, poets, philosophers, and redeemers. In short, as a snowdrift is formed where there is a lull in the wind, so, one would say, where there is a lull of truth, an institution springs up. But the truth blows right on over it, nevertheless, and at length blows it down. What is called politics is comparatively something so superficial and inhuman that practically I have never fairly recognized that it concerns me at all. The newspapers, I perceive, devote some of their columns specially to politics or government without charge, and this, one would say, is all that saves it. But as I love literature, and to some extent the truth also, I never read those columns at any rate. I do not wish to blunt my sense of right so much. I have not got to answer for having read a single president's message. A strange age of the world this, when empires, kingdoms, and republics come a-begging to a private man's door, and utter their complaints at his elbow. I cannot take up a newspaper, but I find that some wretched government or the other, hard pushed, and on its last legs, is interceding with me, the reader, to vote for it, more importunate than an Italian beggar. And if I have a mind to look at its certificate, made perchance by some benevolent merchant's clerk, or the skipper that brought it over, for it cannot speak a word of English itself, I shall probably read of the eruption of some Vesuvius, or the overflowing of some Po, true or forged, which brought it into this condition. I do not hesitate, in such a case, to suggest work, or the almshouse, or why not keep its castle in silence, as I do commonly. The poor president, what with preserving his popularity and doing his duty, is completely bewildered. The newspapers are the ruling power. Any other government is reduced to a few Marines at Fort Independence. If a man neglects to read the Daily Times, government will go down on its knees to him, for this is the only treason in these days. Those things which now most engage the attention of men, as politics and the daily routine, are, it is true, vital functions of human society, but should be unconsciously performed, like the corresponding functions of the physical body. They are infrahuman, a kind of vegetation. I sometimes awake to a half-consciousness of them going on about me, as a man may become conscious of some of the processes of digestion in a morbid state, and so have the dyspepsia, as it is called. It is as if a thinker submitted himself to be rasped by the great gizzard of creation. Politics is, as it were, the gizzard of society, full of grit and gravel, and the two political parties are its two opposite halves, sometimes split into quarters, it may be, which grind on each other. Not only individuals, but states have thus a confirmed dyspepsia, which expresses itself, you can imagine by what sort of eloquence. Thus our life is not altogether a forgetting, but also, alas, to a great extent, a remembering of that which we should never have been conscious of, certainly not in our waking hours. Why should we not meet, not always as dyspeptics, to tell our bad dreams, but sometimes as eupeptics, to congratulate each other on the ever-glorious morning? I do not make an exorbitant demand, surely. End of Life Without Principle by Henry David Thoreau. Read by David Jenkins.
The Lincoln Letters by Abraham Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Sanchez. Washington, December 24th, 1848. My dear Father, your letter of the 7th was received night before last. I very cheerfully send you the $20 which some you say is necessary to save your land from sale. It is singular that you should have forgotten a judgment against you, and it is more singular that the plaintiff should have let you forget it so long, particularly as I suppose you have always had property enough to satisfy a judgment of that amount. Before you pay it, it would be well to be sure that you have not paid it, or at least that you cannot prove you have paid it. Give my love to Mother and all the connections. Affectionately, your son, A. Lincoln. Dear Johnston, your request for $80 I do not think it best to comply with now. At the various times when I have helped you a little, you have said to me, "We can get along very well now." But in a very short time I find you in the same difficulty again. Now this can only happen by some defect in your conduct. What that defect is, I think I know. You are not lazy, and still you are an idler. I doubt whether since I saw you, you have done a good whole day's work in any one day. You do not very much dislike to work, and still you do not work much, merely because it does not seem to you that you could get much for it. This habit of uselessly wasting time is the whole difficulty, and it is vastly important to you, and still more so to your children, that you should break this habit. It is more important to them, because they have longer to live, and can keep out of an idle habit before they are in it, easier than they can get out after they are in. You are now in need of some ready money, and what I propose is that you shall go to work, tooth and nail, for somebody who will give you money for it. Let father and your boys take charge of things at home, prepare for a crop, and make the crop, and you go to work for the best money wages, or in discharge of any debt you owe, that you can get. And to secure you a fair reward for your labor, I now promise you that for every $1 you will, between this and the 1st of next May, get for your own labor, either in money or in your own indebtedness, I will then give you one other $1. By this, if you hire yourself at $10 a month, from me you will get 10 more, making $20 a month for your work. In this I do not mean you shall go off to St. Louis, or the lead mines, or the gold mines in California, but I mean for you to go at it for the best wages you can get close to home, in Coles County. Now if you will do this, you will soon be out of debt, and what is better, you will have a habit that will keep you from getting in debt again. But if I should now clear you out, next year you will be just as deep in as ever. You say you would almost give your place in heaven for $70 or $80. Then you value your place in heaven very cheaply, for I am sure you can, with the offer I make you, get the $70 or $80 for 4 or 5 months' work. You say if I furnish you the money you will deed me the land, and if you don't pay the money back you will deliver possession? Nonsense. If you can't now live with the land, how will you then live without it? You have always been kind to me, and I do not now mean to be unkind to you. On the contrary, if you will but follow my advice, you will find it worth more than 8 times $80 to you. Affectionately, your brother, A. Lincoln. Washington, April 30th, 1864. Executive Mansion. Lieutenant General Grant. Not expecting to see you again before the spring campaign opens, I wish to express, in this way, my entire satisfaction with what you have done up to this time, so far as I understand it. The particulars of your plans I neither know or seek to know. You are vigilant and self-reliant, and, pleased with this, I wish not to obtrude any constraints or restraints upon you. While I am very anxious that any great disaster or the capture of our men in great numbers shall be avoided, I know these points are less likely to escape your attention than they would be mine. If there is anything wanting which is within my power to give, do not fail to let me know it. And now, with a brave army and a just cause, may God sustain you. Yours very truly, A. Lincoln. End of The Lincoln Letters by Abraham Lincoln. Read by Daniel Sanchez.
Obituary of Edgar A. Poe from the Richmond Semi-Weekly Examiner, October 12, 1849, by John Moncure Daniel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Edgar Allan Poe died in Baltimore on Sunday last. His was one of the very few original minds that this country has produced. In the history of literature, he will hold a certain position and a high place. By the public of the day, he is regarded rather with curiosity than with admiration. Many will be startled, but few will be grieved by the news. He had very few friends, and he was the friend of very few, if any. But his character and adventures were too remarkable, and his literary merits too indubitable, to pass from the stage with the simple announcement already given. His family was a very respectable one in Baltimore. His grandfather was a quartermaster general in the Revolution, and the esteemed friend of Lafayette. During the last visit of that personage to this country, he called upon the widow to tender her his acknowledgments for services rendered him by her husband. His great-grandfather married a daughter of the celebrated Admiral McBride. Through him they are related to many of the most illustrious families in England. Edgar Poe's father was reputably brought up and educated. Becoming enamored with a beautiful young actress, he made up a runaway match with her, and was disowned by his friends thereafter. He or his wife possessed mimetic genius, and they lived precariously. They came to Richmond in pursuit of their profession. She was somewhat of a favorite on our boards, but more on account of her beauty than her acting. They both died in Richmond, both of consumption, and within a few weeks of each other, and left here without a house or home their gifted but most miserable and unfortunate son. Mr. John Allen, a wealthy and kind-hearted merchant of this place, having no children of his own, taking a natural fancy to the handsome, clever child, adopted him as son and heir. He was consequently brought up amidst luxury, and received the advantages of education to their fullest extent. In 1816 he accompanied his adopted parents in a tour through England, Scotland, and Ireland. They returned to this country, leaving him at Dr. Bransby's High School, Stoke Newington, near London, where he continued for 5 years. He returned in 1822 and continued about Richmond for 2 or 3 years. He was then remarkable for his general cleverness, his feats of activity, his wayward temper, extreme personal beauty, his musical recitations of verse, and power of extemporaneous tale-telling. In 1825 he went to the University of Virginia. The university was then a most dissolute place, and Mr. Edgar A. Poe was remarked as the most dissolute and dissipated youth in the university. He was already a great classical scholar, and he made huge strides in mathematics, botany, and other branches of natural science. But at the same time he drank, gambled, and indulged in other vices until he was expelled from the place. On Mr. Allen's refusal to pay some of his gambling debts, he broke with him and went off at a tangent to join the Greeks, those being the times of Bozzaris and the Greek Revolution. When he reached St. Petersburg, however, he found both money and enthusiasm exhausted, and he got into a quarrel with the Russian authorities. Whether about liberty or lucre is not known. At any rate, he found himself nearly adding some knowledge of the Knout and Siberia to his already extensive knowledge of men and manners, and was glad enough to accept the intervention of the American consul, Henry Middleton, and his aid to get home. In 1829 he entered the Military Academy of West Point. In the meantime, Mr. Allen had lost his first wife, and married a lady his junior by a very great number of years, he being 65. Mr. Poe is said to have behaved uncivilly to the lady, and to have ridiculed the match. The old gentleman wrote him an angry letter, and Mr. Poe answered it with a very bitter one. The breach was never healed. Mr. Allen died a short time afterwards, and left Poe nothing. Mr. Poe left West Point without graduating, and here commenced his disastrous battle of life. In 1831 he printed a small volume of poems, his first brochure. They were favorably received by the reviewers and well spoken of by their few readers. But they did not sell, at which we have never wondered. He wrote for newspapers, compiled and translated for booksellers, made up brilliant articles for reviews, and spun tales for magazines. But although publishers willingly put forth, they paid the young man so little that in poverty and despair he got abundantly near enough to death's door to hear the hinges creak. At last, a newspaper in Baltimore offered 2 premiums, for the best poem and the best prose tale. A committee of distinguished litterateurs, John P. Kennedy at their head, was appointed to judge the productions. Of course they did not read them, the sanction of their names being all that was wanted by the publishers. But while chatting over the wine at the meeting, one of them was attracted by a bundle among the papers written in the most exquisitely beautiful calligraphy ever seen. To the end of his life, Poe wrote this surpassingly perfect hand. He read a page solely on that account, and being impressed with the power of the style, he proceeded to read aloud. The committee voted the premiums by acclamation to the first of the geniuses that has written a legible hand. The confidential envelope being broken, within it was found the then unknown name of Poe. The publisher gave Mr. Kennedy an account of the author, which induced him to see Mr. Poe. He describes him that day as a young man thin as a skeleton from evident starvation, dressed in a seedy frock coat, buttoned up to his chin to conceal the want of a shirt, with tattered trousers and a pair of old torn boots, beneath which were evidently neither drawers nor socks. But his manners were those of a gentleman, and his eyes full of intelligence. Kennedy spoke in a friendly manner to him, and he opened his heart, told him all his story, his ambitions, and his great designs. Kennedy took him to a clothing store, gave him a good suit, and introduced him into society. These were the days in which Thomas W. White was building up the Messenger. He got Mr. Poe to edit it, giving him $500 per annum. On this income he immediately married himself to a girl without a cent. We regret to hear that he was generally intemperate, but he certainly found time to write many great articles and brilliant criticisms for the Messenger. It was Poe who first gave the periodical its standing. After editing the Messenger a year and a half, he removed to Philadelphia and edited the Gentleman's Magazine. For this last he always continued to write, and to be well paid therefor. In 1840 he published his Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque. In 1844 we find him in New York editing the Broadway Journal. In 1845 the well-known volumes by Wiley and Putnam made their appearance. He continued to issue many things, which we shall notice more fully hereafter, until 1847. We then hear of his wife dying in a state of great destitution at a place called Fordham, near New York. A subscription was got up to relieve him by the litterateurs of New York, and was easily raised. We next hear him through the newspapers as again at death's door, but this time with delirium tremens. A bitter note through the same vehicles of intelligence, in answer to the various inquiries made about him, announced his contempt for all who professed themselves his friends, and his general disgust with the world. But he seems to have suffered nothing farther from destitution, his literary labors bringing him enough. For the last 2 years he has been seen now and then about Richmond, generally in a state very unbecoming to a man of genius. But during his last visit, for nearly 2 months' duration, he has been perfectly himself, neatly dressed, and exceedingly agreeable in his deportment. He delivered 2 lectures, worthy of his genius in its best moods. It was universally reported that he was engaged to be married. The lady was a widow of wealth and beauty, who was an old flame of his, and whom he declared to be the ideal and original of his Lenore. When we last saw him, he was just starting for New York to publish a new collection of his tales. He had another errand. Some rich woman named Mrs. St. Leon Loud had died, leaving verses. Her husband, Mr. St. Leon Loud, wanted Poe to prepare them for the press, make a memoir, etc. He knew nothing about them save their good price, and he was going on for the job. Death cut him short at Baltimore. The newspapers say he died of congestion of the brain. Of Mr. Poe's genius and personal characteristics we shall treat fully in our next. End of Obituary of Edgar A. Poe by John Moncure Daniel. Read by Jeff Chestnut.
The Papal Election. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pope Pius X by Francis Alice Forbes. Chapter 5. The Papal Election. The news of the death of Leo XIII on July 20th, 1903, came as a blow to the whole Catholic world. The old man of 94, whose wonderful intelligence had remained unimpaired until the very end of his life, had guided the bark of Peter with sure and unswerving hand during the 25 years of his pontificate. His blameless life, his lofty ideas, and his indomitable moral courage have been borne witness to by men who had small sympathy for the Catholic Church. The original attitude of Leo XIII towards the new social forces, wrote the Quarterly Review, will make his pontificate a memorable epoch, not only in the history of the Roman Catholic Church, but in that of all Christian countries. His personal conception of the duties of the Church towards the laboring classes was Catholic in the broadest and best sense of the term. It was such a conception as befitted the chief pastor of Christendom. And this was only one side of the activity of the great statesman and pope who had passed away. "Pray that God may send to his Church a shepherd after his own heart," said Cardinal Sarto when he announced to his people at Venice the news of the Pope's death. Little did he think how that prayer was to be answered. Yet Leo XIII himself, not long before his death, had said to an intimate friend, "If the conclave chooses a cardinal not resident in Rome, it is Cardinal Sarto who will be elected." The announcement of the death of Leo was sent to all the cardinals throughout the world, with the intimation that the conclave for the election of his successor would be held on the 31st of July. It was not until the 26th that Cardinal Sarto was able to set out. He laughed at the apprehensions of his sisters that he might not come back to them. His secretary, Don Giovanni Bressan, was busy putting together what was necessary for the journey. "Where is Don Giovanni?" asked the Cardinal of his niece Amalia. "Go and tell him that a journey to Rome is not a journey to America." "Get the conclave over and come back quickly," said Amalia. "Sooner or later," replied the Cardinal. "It does not matter. In the meantime you go to Passagno for a change of air, and I will pick you up on my way back." But the sisters were sad, and refused to be comforted. The whole city turned out to greet the patriarch as the gondola made its way to the station. From every balcony and bridge good wishes and farewells followed him. At the station there was a regular ovation. Poor and rich crowded round him to kiss his ring or catch a word from his lips. With tears in his eyes he thanked them for that demonstration of affection, and for the love they bore him. One more blessing," pleaded the people. "Who knows if you will ever come back?" "Alive or dead, I shall come back," was the answer. The train began to move, and from its window Cardinal Sarto unknowingly looked his last on his beloved Venice. It was goodbye forever. Footnote: the story that he had taken a return ticket does not seem to be true, but he planned to return to Venice immediately after the coronation of the new pope. He had written to the Lombard College for rooms, and there he remained until the opening of the conclave. A Venetian lady who lived at Rome, having come to see him, expressed a polite wish that he would be the new pope. Cardinal Sarto laughed. "It is sufficient honor," he replied, "that God should make use of such as I to elect the pope." A French cardinal, Lecot of Bordeaux, who did not know him, spoke to him one day. "Your Eminence is an Italian archbishop?" he asked. "I do not speak French," replied Cardinal Sarto in Latin. "I am the Patriarch of Venice." "Ah, if you do not speak French," answered his questioner, "you will not be eligible for the papacy." "Thank God, no," was the answer. "I am not eligible for the papacy." "I think the election will be quickly over," said Cardinal Sarto to an Italian journalist who came to visit him in Rome. "The Pope will probably be elected at the second scrutiny." "I venture to disagree with your Eminence," was the reply, "and on these grounds. I hope, for I think it is permissible, for a cardinal who resides in his diocese. Not that the cardinals of the Curia are wanting in breadth or in experience, but as a rule those prelates who live in the provinces are in immediate contact with the people. They have a better chance of seeing things from the inside than those who occupy an official post in Rome, important and indispensable though these may be. But of necessity the non-resident cardinals are less well known in Rome than those of the Curia. Their candidature must therefore be slower, and their election longer. The election of a pope is one of the most solemn deeds of the Church, and is safeguarded by strict regulations. On the death of the pontiff, the cardinal chamberlain, as representative of the Sacred College, assumes charge of the papal household, notifying to all the cardinals of the Church the death of the pope and the impending election. Every cardinal has the right to vote in the conclave, but he must be present in person to do so. Each one may take with him a secretary, who is generally a priest, and a servant. In the meanwhile, a large portion of the Vatican Palace has been walled off and divided into apartments or cells for the conclavists. Access to it can be had through one door alone, which is left open until the conclave begins, when it is closed and barred from without by the marshal of the conclave, and from within by the cardinal chamberlain. All communication with the outside world is then at an end, until the result of the election is announced. The conclave opens officially, now, not later than 18 days after the Pope's death. The cardinals assist at Mass and receive Holy Communion from the hands of the Cardinal Dean, who solemnly adjures them to elect as Pope him whom they believe to be the most worthy. They assemble in the Sistine Chapel, where the actual voting takes place. The stall of each cardinal has a canopy overhead and a small writing desk in front. The door is shut and bolted, and the voting begins. Each cardinal, having written the name of his candidate on the paper provided, deposits it in a chalice on the altar, taking as he does so the required oath. I call to witness the Lord Christ, who will be my judge, that I am electing the one whom before God I think ought to be elected. The ballots are then counted and read aloud, and if no candidate has received the necessary number of votes, they are burnt in a little stove together with a handful of damp straw. As the chimney of this stove extends through a window of the chapel, the color of the smoke, or sfumata, can be clearly seen by those outside. Not until the election is made are the ballots burnt without the accompanying straw, when the clear white smoke is the first notification to the people that the Pope is elected. Voting takes place twice a day, morning and evening, until a majority of 2/3 of the votes has been attained. The veto was the alleged right of certain Catholic rulers to object to the election of a cardinal of whom they do not approve. It was exercised rarely, and has never been formally approved by the Church. Although Pius IX had forbidden any interference by the secular power in a papal election, an attempt was made to exercise the veto at the conclave which resulted in the election of Pius X. At the third scrutiny, in which Cardinal Rampolla came first with 29 votes, Cardinal Pugina, Bishop of Cracow, who had accepted the mandate of the Austrian government in the name of the Emperor Francis Joseph, read, it is said after signs of severe embarrassment, a declaration excluding Cardinal Rampolla, without giving any reason for the exclusion. The cardinals protested against the interference, and the votes in Cardinal Rampolla's favor were found to have increased by 1 in the evening scrutiny. But Cardinal Sarto's had been mounting steadily from the beginning, and continued to do so until they reached the number of 50. Footnote: the opinions of those best qualified to judge seem to agree that Cardinal Rampolla's failure to be elected was quite uninfluenced by the Austrian action. Soon after his election, Pius X definitively abolished the exercise of the veto. At 5 o'clock on the 31st of July, the cardinals, 63 in all, assembled at the Vatican. At nightfall the last door was closed and bricked up. The conclave had begun. At the first scrutiny Cardinal Rampolla had 24 votes, Cardinal Gotti 7, and Cardinal Sarto 5. There was nothing alarming in this, but when, at the second scrutiny, the votes in favor of the Patriarch of Venice had doubled, and at the third doubled again, it was another matter, and his anguish was obvious to all. With trembling voice and tears in his eyes, he spoke to the cardinals, begging them to give up all thought of him. "I am unworthy, I am not qualified," he pleaded. "Forget me." It was that very adjuration, his grief, his profound humility and wisdom, said Cardinal Gibbons of Baltimore, that made us think of him all the more. We learnt to know him from his words, as we could never have known him by hearsay. The voting continued. In the evening of the second day, Cardinal Sarto, who at the last scrutiny had obtained 24 votes, on returning to his room found several of his colleagues who had come to beg him not to refuse the burden if God should call upon him to bear it. I was one of those who went to visit him in his cell in the evening, to try to induce him to accept," said the American cardinal. "Those who had gone before had shaken his resistance, so that I almost hoped he would resign himself to what seemed to be inevitable. On the third day the votes for Cardinal Sarto went on increasing, until on the morning of the fourth day 50 out of the 62 were in his favor, 8 more than the 42 required for a valid election. They asked him if he would accept, but he had already accepted in his heart after a most grievous inward struggle. "I accept," he said, with tears. "What name will you take?" they asked him. "I will be called Pius," he replied. Pale and trembling, he was clothed in the white cassock, the ring was placed on his finger, and he was led to the throne to receive the obedience of the cardinals. When at last the Pope returned to his cell, he remained for long in prayer before the crucifix. The faithful servant who had come with him from Venice begged him several times in vain to take some food. At last he rose, and turning to his secretary, Monsignor Bresson, with something of his old serenity, "Come," he said, "it is the will of God." Immediately after his election, when leaving the balcony from which he had given his first blessing inside St. Peter's, Pius X expressed his wish to go and visit Cardinal Herrero y Espinosa, Bishop of Valencia, an old man 80 years of age who was lying sick in his cell. He had been taken ill a few days before, and had received the last sacraments. The Pope blessed and prayed over him. 3 days later the man for whom the doctors had declared there was little hope was well enough to get up. He returned soon after to Spain, cured, as he himself always declared, by the prayer of Pius X. The news of the election was received with joy in Italy. Outside of that country Pius X was little known. What kind of a pope will he be, was the question on many lips. The world had not long to wait for the answer. 2 months had scarcely passed before his first encyclical letter rang through the Catholic world. It matters not to tell with what tears and earnest prayers we sought to avoid this appalling burden of the pontifical office, he begins. We could not be other than disturbed at being appointed the successor of one who, after having most wisely ruled the Church for well nigh 26 years, showed such power of genius and so shone with virtue that even adversaries were constrained to admire him. Going straight to the heart of the world's unrest, the Pope lays bare the cause of the disease, the falling away from and forsaking God, than which there is nothing more nearly allied to perdition. As, borne up by God's might, we set our hand to the work of withstanding this great evil, we proclaim that in bearing the pontifical office this is our one purpose, to restore all things in Christ, so that Christ may be all in all. Beautiful words which embody the teaching and the work of a lifetime spent in God's service. No empty ideal either, but the one that Giuseppe Sarto had set steadfastly before himself, from the very day of his consecration to the priesthood, to which he had devoted himself strenuously ever since. He foresaw the hostile judgments that were to be expected from certain quarters on every action of the head of the Catholic Church. There will be some, assuredly, who, measuring divine things by those that are human, will study our mind to wrest it to earthly ends and the aims of parties. To cut off this vain hope of theirs, we affirm in all truth that in human society we desire to be nothing, and by the help of God we will be nothing but the minister of God whose authority we bear. God's cause is our cause, to which we are determined to devote all our strength, and life itself. Therefore, if any ask of us a token to show forth the purpose of our mind, we shall ever give this one alone, to restore all things in Christ. To this, therefore, he continues later, speaking of the evils that follow on the forsaking of God, we must direct all our efforts to bring the race of men under the dominion of Christ. When once this is done, it will have already returned to God himself. How many are there, he laments, that hate Christ and abhor the church and the gospel through ignorance rather than perversity, of whom you may rightly say that they blaspheme whatever things they know not. And this is to be found not only in the common people, but among the cultured, and even those who enjoy no mean learning. It cannot be agreed that faith is quenched by the growth of science. It is more truly quenched by want of knowledge. Speaking of those who are hostile to the church, why may we not hope, he says, that the fire of Christian charity will dissipate the darkness and bring them the light and peace of God? Charity is never wearied by waiting. A shepherd of souls was the verdict of the Catholic world on reading the encyclical. Gentle and strong was the judgment of a well-known American bishop. But there was another side to the character of the Pope which later on became evident. Pius X, wrote one who had known him intimately at Venice, is a man of keen intelligence and of great culture, thoroughly well up in the philosophy, literature, and social movements of the times. But first and foremost a shepherd of souls, the world was right in its judgment. One of the first actions of the new pope was to order the distribution of £4,000 among the poor of Rome, and half that amount among the poor of Venice. "Is it not rather a large sum?" suggested the almoner respectfully, "considering the actual state of things?" "Where is your trust in God's providence?" asked Pius, and the money was given. He could no longer go to his beloved poor, but word was given that they should come to him. Sunday after Sunday they were gathered, parish by parish, in the courts of the Vatican, to hear from the lips of the Pope himself a simple sermon on the gospel of the day. Love God and lead good Christian lives, such was the burden of his teaching. But there was more teaching still in the warm welcome that awaited them, in the tender charity that shone forth in every word and movement. Sweet Christ on earth was what St. Catherine of Siena loved to call the successor of St. Peter. Surely the name must have often come to the lips of those whose privilege it was to be much in the presence of Pius X. End of chapter 5. The Papal Election, by Frances Alice Forbes. Recording by David Martin.
The Pleasures of Ignorance by Robert Lind. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It is impossible to take a walk in the country with an average townsman, especially perhaps in April or May, without being amazed at the vast continent of his ignorance. It is impossible to take a walk in the country oneself without being amazed at the vast continent of one's own ignorance. Thousands of men and women live and die without knowing the difference between a beech and an elm, between the song of a thrush and the song of a blackbird. Probably in a modern city the man who can distinguish between a thrush's and a blackbird's song is the exception. It is not that we have not seen the birds. It is simply that we have not noticed them. We have been surrounded by birds all our lives. Yet so feeble is our observation that many of us could not tell whether or not the chaffinch sings or the color of the cuckoo. We argue like small boys as to whether the cuckoo always sings as he flies or sometimes in the branches of a tree, whether Chapman drew on his fancy or his knowledge of nature in the lines, "When in the oak's green arms the cuckoo sings, and first delights men in the lovely springs." This ignorance, however, is not altogether miserable. Out of it we get the constant pleasure of discovery. Every fact of nature comes to us each spring, if only we are sufficiently ignorant, with the dew still on it. If we have lived half a lifetime without having ever seen a cuckoo, and know it only as a wandering voice, we are all the more delighted at the spectacle of its runaway flight as it hurries from wood to wood, conscious of its crimes, and at the way in which it halts hawk-like in the wind, its long tail quivering before it dares descend on a hillside of fir trees where avenging presences may lurk. It would be absurd to pretend that the naturalist does not also find pleasure in observing the life of the birds, but his is a steady pleasure, almost a sober and plodding occupation compared to the morning enthusiasm of the man who sees a cuckoo for the first time, and behold, the world is made new. And as to that, the happiness even of the naturalist depends in some measure upon his ignorance, which still leaves him new worlds of this kind to conquer. He may have reached the very Z of knowledge in the books, but he still feels half ignorant until he has confirmed each bright particular with his eyes. He wishes with his own eyes to see the female cuckoo, rare spectacle, as she lays her egg on the ground and takes it in her bill to the nest in which it is destined to breed infanticide. He would sit day after day with a field glass against his eyes in order personally to endorse or refute the evidence suggesting that the cuckoo does lay on the ground and not in a nest. And if he is so far fortunate as to discover this most secretive of birds in the very act of laying, there still remain for him other fields to conquer in a multitude of such disputed questions as whether the cuckoo's egg is always of the same color as the other eggs in the nest in which she abandons it. Assuredly the men of science have no reason as yet to weep over their lost ignorance. If they seem to know everything, it is only because you and I know almost nothing. There will always be a fortune of ignorance waiting for them under every fact they turn up. They will never know what song the siren sang to Ulysses any more than Sir Thomas Browne did. If I have called in the cuckoo to illustrate the ordinary man's ignorance, it is not because I can speak with authority on that bird. It is simply because, passing the spring in a parish that seemed to have been invaded by all the cuckoos of Africa, I realized how exceedingly little I, or anybody else I met, knew about them. But your and my ignorance is not confined to cuckoos. It dabbles in all created things, from the sun and moon down to the names of the flowers. I once heard a clever lady asking whether the new moon always appears on the same day of the week. She added that perhaps it is better not to know, because if one does not know when or in what part of the sky to expect it, its appearance is always a pleasant surprise. I fancy, however, the new moon always comes as a surprise, even to those who are familiar with her timetables. And it is the same with the coming in of spring and the waves of the flowers. We are not the less delighted to find an early primrose, because we are sufficiently learned in the services of the year to look for it in March or April rather than in October. We know again that the blossom precedes and not succeeds the fruit of the apple tree. But this does not lessen our amazement at the beautiful holiday of a May orchard. At the same time, there is, perhaps, a special pleasure in relearning the names of many of the flowers every spring. It is like rereading a book that one has almost forgotten. Montaigne tells us that he had so bad a memory that he could always read an old book as though he had never read it before. I have myself a capricious and leaking memory. I can read Hamlet itself and the Pickwick Papers as though they were the work of new authors and had come wet from the press. So much of them fades between one reading and another. There are occasions on which a memory of this kind is an affliction, especially if one has a passion for accuracy. But this is only when life has an object beyond entertainment. In respect of mere luxury, it may be doubted whether there is not as much to be said for a bad memory as for a good one. With a bad memory one can go on reading Plutarch and the Arabian Nights all one's life. Little shreds and tags, it is probable, will stick even in the worst memory, just as a succession of sheep cannot leap through a gap in a hedge without leaving a few wisps of wool on the thorns. But the sheep themselves escape, and the great authors leap in the same way out of an idle memory and leave little enough behind. And if we can forget books, it is as easy to forget the months and what they showed us when once they are gone. Just for a moment I tell myself that I know May like the multiplication table, and could pass an examination on its flowers, their appearance and their order. Today I can affirm confidently that the buttercup has 5 petals. Or is it 6? I knew for certain last week. But next year I shall probably have forgotten my arithmetic, and may have to learn once more not to confuse the buttercup with the celandine. Once more I shall see the world as a garden through the eyes of a stranger, my breath taken away with surprise by the painted fields. I shall find myself wondering whether it is science or ignorance which affirms that the swift, that black exaggeration of the swallow, and yet a kinsman of the hummingbird, never settles even on a nest, but disappears at night into the heights of the air. I shall learn with fresh astonishment that it is the male and not the female cuckoo that sings. I may have to learn again not to call the campion a wild geranium, and to rediscover whether the ash comes early or late in the etiquette of the trees. A contemporary English novelist was once asked by a foreigner what was the most important crop in England. He answered without a moment's hesitation, "Rye." Ignorance so complete as this seems to me to be touched with magnificence, but the ignorance even of literate persons is enormous. The average man who uses a telephone could not explain how the telephone works. He takes for granted the telephone, the railway train, the linotype, the aeroplane, as our grandfathers took for granted the miracles of the Gospels. He neither questions nor understands them. It is as though each of us investigated and made his own only a tiny circle of facts. Knowledge outside the day's work is regarded by most men as a gewgaw. Still, we are constantly in reaction against our ignorance. We rouse ourselves at intervals and speculate. We revel in speculations about anything at all, about life after death, or about such questions as that which is said to have puzzled Aristotle: why sneezing from noon to midnight was good, but from night to noon unlucky. One of the greatest joys known to man is to take such a flight into ignorance in search of knowledge. The great pleasure of ignorance is, after all, the pleasure of asking questions. The man who has lost this pleasure, or exchanged it for the pleasure of dogma, which is the pleasure of answering, is already beginning to stiffen. One envies so inquisitive a man as Jowett, who sat down to the study of physiology in his 60s. Most of us have lost the sense of our ignorance long before that age. We even become vain of our squirrel's hoard of knowledge, and regard increasing age itself as a school of omniscience. We forget that Socrates was famed for wisdom not because he was omniscient, but because he realized at the age of 70 that he still knew nothing. End of The Pleasures of Ignorance by Robert Lind. Read by Tom Merritt.
The Story of the Prophet Jonas by Jonah, son of Amittai. Translated into English by William Tyndale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The first chapter. The word of the Lord came unto the prophet Jonas, the son of Amittai, saying, Rise, and get thee to Nineveh, that great city, and preach unto them how that their wickedness is come up before me. And Jonas made him ready to flee to Tarsus from the presence of the Lord, and got him down to Joppa, and found there a ship ready to go to Tarsus, and paid his fare, and went aboard, to go with them to Tarsus from the presence of the Lord. But the Lord hurled a great wind into the sea, so that there was a mighty tempest in the sea, insomuch that the ship was like to go in pieces. And the mariners were afraid, and cried every man unto his God, and cast out the goods that were in the ship into the sea, to lighten it of them. But Jonas gat him under the hatches, and laid him down, and slumbered. And the master of the ship came to see him, and said unto him, Why slumberest thou? Up, and call unto thy God, that God may think on us, that we perish not. And they said one to another, Come, and let us cast lots, to know for whose cause we are thus troubled. And they cast lots, and the lot fell upon Jonas. Then they said unto him, Tell us, for whose cause we are thus troubled? What is thine occupation? Whence comest thou? How is thy country called? And of what nation art thou? And he answered them, I am an Hebrew, and the Lord God of heaven, which made both sea and dry land, I fear. Then were the men exceedingly afraid, and said unto him, Why didst thou so? For they knew that he was fled from the presence of the Lord, because he had told them. Then they said unto him, What shall we do unto thee, that the sea may cease from troubling us? For the sea wrought and was troublous. And he answered them, Take me, and cast me into the sea, and so shall it let you to be in rest. For I wot it is for my sake that this great tempest is come upon you. Nevertheless, the men essayed with rowing to bring the ship to land, but it would not be, because the sea so wrought, and was so troublous against them. Wherefore they cried unto the Lord, and said, O Lord, let us not perish for this man's death, neither lay innocent blood unto our charge. For thou, Lord, even as thy pleasure was, so thou hast done. And then they took Jonas, and cast him in the sea, and the sea left raging. And the men feared the Lord exceedingly, and sacrificed sacrifice unto the Lord, and vowed vows. The second chapter. But the Lord prepared a great fish to swallow up Jonas, and so was Jonas in the bowels of the fish 3 days and 3 nights. And Jonas prayed unto the Lord his God out of the bowels of the fish. And he said, In my tribulation I called unto the Lord, and he answered me. Out of the belly of hell I cried, and thou heardest my voice. For thou hadst cast me down deep in the midst of the sea, and the flood compassed me about, and all thy waves and rolls of water went over me. And I thought that I had been cast away out of thy sight. But I will yet again look towards thy holy temple. The water compassed me, even unto the very soul of me. The deep lay about me, and the weeds were wrapped about mine head. And I went down unto the bottom of the hills, and was barred in with the earth on every side forever. And yet thou, Lord my God, broughtest up my life again out of corruption. When my soul fainted in me, I thought on the Lord, and my prayer came in unto thee, even into thy holy temple. They that observe vain vanities have forsaken him that was merciful unto them. But I will sacrifice unto the Lord with the voice of thanksgiving, and will pay that I have vowed, that saving cometh of the Lord. And the Lord spake unto the fish, and it cast out Jonas again upon the dry land. The third chapter. Then came the word of the Lord unto Jonas again, saying, Up, and get thee to Nineveh, that great city, and preach unto them the preaching which I bade thee. And he arose, and went to Nineveh at the Lord's commandment. Nineveh was a great city unto God, containing 3 days' journey. And Jonas went to and entered into the city, even a day's journey, and cried, saying, There shall not pass 40 days, but Nineveh shall be overthrown. And the people of Nineveh believed God, and proclaimed fasting, and arrayed themselves in sackcloth, as well as the great as the small of them. And the tidings came unto the king of Nineveh, which rose out of his seat, and did his apparel off, and put on sackcloth, and sat him down in ashes. And it was cried and commanded in Nineveh, by the authority of the king and of his lord, saying, So that neither man or beast, ox or sheep, taste aught at all, and that they neither feed or drink water. And they put on sackcloth, both man and beast, and cried unto God mightily, and turned every man from his wicked way, and from doing wrong, in which they were accustomed, saying, Who can tell whether God will turn and repent, and cease from his fierce wrath, that we perish not? And when God saw their works, how they turned from their wicked ways, he repented on the evil which he said he would do unto them, and did it not. The fourth chapter. Wherefore Jonas was sore discontent and angry. And he prayed unto the Lord, and said, O Lord, was not this my saying when I was yet in my country? And therefore I hasted rather to flee to Tarsus, for I knew well enough that thou wast a merciful God, full of compassion, long ere thou be angry, and of great mercy, and repentest when thou art come to take punishment. Now therefore take my life from me, for I had liever die than live. And the Lord said unto Jonas, Art thou so angry? And Jonas gat him out of that city, and sat him down on the east side thereof, and made him there a booth, and sat thereunder in the shadow, till he might see what should chance unto the city. And the Lord prepared as it were a wild vine, which sprang up over Jonas, that he might have shadow over his head, to deliver him out of his pain. And Jonas was exceeding glad of the wild vine. And the Lord ordained a worm against the spring of the morrow morning, which smote the wild vine, that it withered away. And as soon as the sun was up, God prepared a fervent east wind, and that the sun beat over the head of Jonas, that he fainted again, and wished unto his soul that he might die, and said, It is better for me to die than to live. And God said unto Jonas, Art thou so angry for thy wild vine? And he said, I am angry a good, even unto the death. And the Lord said, Thou hast compassion on a wild vine, whereon thou bestowedst no labor, nor madest it grow, which sprang up in one night, and perished in another. And should not I have compassion on Nineveh, that great city, wherein there is a multitude of people, even about 100,000, that know not their right hand from the left, besides much cattle? End of the story of Jonas by Jonah, son of Amittai.